Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Today is July 25th, 2026. Here we are, July 25th. There is an enhanced risk of severe weather. Let's go over that now. But first, we have two considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. Our first one is going to be for Pierre, something. Hold up. This is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds and 1.25-inch hail. We are looking a while from the radar, approximately 12,000 feet. So unfortunately our closest radar, so this is going to be a little bit. I'm going to get the correct pronunciation. Pierre, okay, cool. The Pierre area. And that's our only considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Though, going to our North Platte radar, we do have this severe thunderstorm warning that's kind of got a little bit of storm activity. It did have a 64-mile-per-hour wind gust, prompting the severe thunderstorm warning. Alright, but we do have an enhanced risk of severe weather. But before we go to that, I do want to bring in a severe thunderstorm watch, which it is being mentioned above quite a bit, if you can see above me. The PDS Severe Thunderstorm Watch. We're going to go ahead and bring that into view here for you guys. Going back to our considerable severe thunderstorm warning. But first, I want to go to this special weather statement. We don't have any reports on it. We don't have any of that at this time. But if it can continue to strengthen, which it really hasn't, we'll see a severe thunderstorm warning with that. Going back over here, we just had a report about 10 minutes ago of a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, and that's going to be about 6 miles west-southwest of Fort Pierre. I want to bring this into our view. This is a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch. So what this is 80 to 100 mile per hour winds. PDS severe thunderstorm watches, we're going to refer to this PDS, particularly dangerous situation. These are rare. They are actually a little more rare than PDS tornado watches over the last several years. I think that's important context. But this indicates, hey, you can either have very, very large hail, which is actually really rare, and then 80 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts when we have enough confidence. And that's the issue with these, is confidence. So we have a ton of confidence that we're going to see 80 to 100 mile per hour winds. And those are tornado-like wind speeds and hurricane forced. This does include North Eagle Butte, Watertown, Brooks, Sioux Falls, Yankton, Mitchell, Huron, Winter, and Pierre. Bringing in our SPC outlook here. I'm going to zoom in for you guys. We're going to start here with our tornado risk. Very low. We could see a tornado, but it's highly unlikely that we see a tornado. So we have this large, medium-sized, enhanced risk for much of southern South Dakota. Southern South Dakota. Southwestern Minnesota, northwestern Iowa, in extreme northeastern Nebraska. extreme. This is not being driven by hail. Also, we have this slight risk here we're going to talk about. We have radars covering that as well. This is being driven by a SIG 2, so 75 plus mile per hour winds. Let's go and pull up that graphic. And a 30%. I wouldn't be surprised to see that kind of be upgraded to a 45. I have plenty of confidence. With this. And then if you go to your northwest, we have this little 15% up here with the potential of 75 plus mile per hour winds. So what are these black dashes? This is what we call our conditional intensity groups here. SIG 1, which is where we're at, all storm modes, so supercells, bow echoes, derechos, 75 plus mile per hour. SIG 2 is where we get to bow echo and derecho possible. The difference is SIG 1, you have supercells. You're going to have supercells in the mix. New severe thunderstorm warning, Millette, Todd, and Tripp counties. And we're at SIG 2, so I usually go 80 plus on this. It's not in the official wording, so I didn't put it in here. But that is to be exact. And then your hail risk here, marginal. But you do have the chance, if you can get a few supercells, to see a couple of decently sized stones, 1.75 inch or greater. Alright. That severe thunderstorm warning is going to be on this here. And we are also going to take a look at what radar could look like. This is again a could. Do we have WAFs up and running? No. WAFs is not running this. Usually they reserve WAFs for higher end days. So let's go and take a look at what radar could look like here in the near future. We see multiple storms here blow up, and these are going to be significant wind producers as they track across the area. We're not looking up here for much. I'm not sure how well that's going to play out. We did have a 73 mile per hour wind gust, so let's go and go to our radar. We just had a 73 mile per hour wind gust as of 1 minute ago, a couple minutes ago. 2 miles northwest of Pierre Regional Airport, and this is going to be from the public. So this is destructive wind speeds, and this is why these are considerably destructive wind speeds. Trailers are going to sustain significant damage. You're going to see damage to roofs, siding. A few trees are going to come down. So a considerable situation here. And then in Pierre, we did have a 64 mile per hour wind gust. And so we did see that 64 mile per hour wind gust come into play. Sorry, I'm posting something right quick. So we are going to be watching this severe thunderstorm. We're also going to be watching these storms, which did just have a 50-mile-per-hour wind gust reported from the Department of Highways. We are going to have traffic cameras. I could have probably brought some in from Pierre. Again, we're looking really high in this storm. What would ABR look like? Same thing. So what's tricky about this area is we hardly have any radar coverage. Didn't think so. We're going to be heading towards Aberdeen. Our Aberdeen radar, so we're going to go ahead and use Aberdeen for tracking this zone. We have a lot of moisture flow in this area. This is a really cool radar artifact here. We're going to go ahead and bring in our drawing tool here. So the reason we're not looking at velocity to kind of tell you the wind, you're looking 12,000 feet in the air. It's going to be overly spiked, typically. Or unrealistically low. These differ from supercells. You can see your higher winds up here, but they're usually mid-level. And this is low right now. When we get within this little purple ring, so this is where radar kind of doesn't do the best. Past this, so once we get within that, you'll have pretty decent readings. So we're going to be close to that pretty soon. But this is our only considerable severe thunderstorm warning, and this expires at 4:45, 3:45. 4:45 Central and 3:45 Mountain Daylight Time. So we're currently in that Mountain Daylight Time here. Again, a 73-mile-per-hour wind gust was reported with this storm. And going to our southern here, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for these little cells. I'm actually going to pull in lightning really quickly. There's a little bit of lightning in here, nothing too crazy at this time. This is 20-minute lightning, so this is lightning strikes over the last 20 minutes. A couple strikes within this circle here. It's not a strong storm, and you're not going to be expecting it to be severe. It kind of looks just like a rain shower. But you could see gusts up to 60 miles per hour in this storm. Now we're just outside the range to get some decent velocity readings here, which is unfortunate. But these storms actually cause the most injury to people, from my experience. That may not be 100%. I have seen these storms. I have chased these type of storms where you have little lightning and you just have a regular severe thunderstorm warning. Most of it comes from hail. People unsuspecting get inch and a quarter hail fall on them. I have seen that personally multiple times. This is a little bit of hail, nothing too crazy in this storm. I'm probably going to go pea-sized hail with this and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We do have a new report coming in for an inch of hail from Imping. Whether that's accurate, Imping is kind of free to everyone almost if you have radar scope. I personally keep it off, but the National Weather Service does relay that. Okay, I'm going to go back to Rapid City, take a look at these storms. These are, again, a little bit weak, but they are going to be packing a punch with 50-mile-per-hour wind possible. We did have that 50-mile-per-hour wind report from the Department of Highways or Department of Transportation. Considerably more lightning on the northern portion of this Torrance Mount Bud, but going towards Marine, kind of north of Snowville. But your wind is going to be down here along State Highway 34. I wouldn't be surprised if we are seeing a little bit of wind within this. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Alright, let's get and bring in our Aberdeen radar here, looking at our considerable and our only considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This is 470 plus mile per hour wind. Currently, we did have a new report. You guys just watch that pop up. As of 5 minutes ago, an ASOS station at our Pierre Municipal Airport did record a 71 mile per hour wind gust. So we're consistently seeing 71. See this little highlighted green section impacting just about that time. And then on this, you'll see that area start to tighten up just a bit. And so we're going to be watching that. And we do have an inch of hail, so this is inch of hail falling at terminal velocity. It doesn't feel too good. I'm actually going to try to bring in a traffic camera. South Dakota traffic cams. Oh, nice. Now please don't be just photos. Alright. Blunt, you are now under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. 70 mile per hour winds and 1 inch hail. Harold, Holabird, you guys are in this as well. We have a camera in Reheight. Ooh, do we have a camera in Blunt? Looking west. Ah, they're photo cameras. That's okay. I think this is cool enough for you to bring in. You can actually see your severe thunderstorm right there. Yes, this is definitely not the most up-to-date. It's currently 442. This is at 427. Actually see your storm in this area, so that's really cool. We do have a Montana severe thunderstorm warning. Do we genuinely not have a video camera? We do not have any good cameras. Oh. That sucks. So we're watching this considerable severe thunderstorm warning here as it moves into Blunt, Harold, and Holabird. Once we get to Holabird, we'll be pretty close to that range where we can actually get really good velocity data, which is what we're waiting on, and that will be perfect. Oh, this will come closer to Aberdeen. Let's go and take in some storm tracks here, though. This is not going to be of your timing of the wind. It's going to be the timing of the storm. Blunt, less than 10 minutes. Harold, 30 minutes. Just a little less. Holabird, 25 to 32 minutes. Highmore in approximately an hour, along with State Highway 47. From Stephen up towards the county of Folk. Past this, let's go and go 2 hours. Rockham, Miranda, and Orient. 2 hours. We're also going to watch this storm here. It's starting to blow up. But these are what you watch for your wind and possible damaging winds. And so this is what we're watching right now. We do have a Montana severe thunderstorm warning. Sorry, I play around a little bit there. We're just in the area. This is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. Sorry about that, everyone. Also, Arizona and Florida coming in with severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll take a look at those in just a second here. We're watching this area for the possibility of 1 inch of hail. I'm not going to say 2 inches. I do think radar is overestimating our hail here. Yes, make me less bright. That's perfect. So we are going to go ahead and have our Arizona and Florida share radar. We're going to go to our Arizona first, to the Phoenix, Arizona radar here. And this is the worst. This is going to be for 6-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized tail. So this right here, this severe thunderstorm warning. One thing I want to say is this is going to catch people off guard. It's just a sprinkle, but you can have 60-mile-per-hour wind. Moving to Marion County, Florida. Looking at this area here for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Definitely not. I don't think we're seeing 60 here near the Dallas area But I know we're looking up at 10,000 feet, but this is a 75 dBz. With this song, not song, wow. I am so sorry about that. That does tell me we have a little bit of hail in it, and as we get closer to radar, that's going to be more obvious here. Or less obvious, one of the two. Coming back to our little sprout of a cell. I think this is when we had it right here. Now we're starting to see our red pixels. This is enhanced echo tops, so this is the height of the storm where we're seeing rain. So we have around 30,000 feet. We're at 30,000 feet right now. And here we're at 60,000 feet. When we get to the edge of this, we're going to be looking at a good spot, 6,662. Oh, we hope the storm dies before we get a hold of it, but this hail core is defined up there, so this is a strong storm. This is a strong updraft because it's suspending your hail all the way up at 10,000 feet. And that's what we're seeing right now. I want to go ahead and bring in our Rapid City radar here. These storms do have a 55 mile per hour wind gust as of 11 minutes ago. We did have that reported by a Mesonet station there in South Dakota. So this is could get upgraded to a severe thunderstorm warning here shortly. We're not 100%, but this could be upgraded here probably pretty soon. Sorry, I got a tick or something on my foot. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing severe potential here on this. Starting to gain a little bit of strength. Around 40,000 foot. Going back to our considerable severe thunderstorm warning, we're going to receive some report in Blunt. Whether it's a 60, 70, or 80. I think they would even put 50 on. National Weather Service will even do 50 here. With this considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Again, hail is being overdone, in my opinion, with this storm. But we are up to an inch and a half possible on our severe thunderstorm warning, which does expire at 5:30 or 4:30. Just 5:30. Okay. Central Daylight Time. So if we do have a severe report, if you're trained in kind of spotting things like that, and you can estimate how fast the winds are, You are urged to call your nearest law enforcement agency or the National Weather Service office in Aberdeen, South Dakota. Anyone outdoors should move to shelter inside a well-built structure and stay away from windows. This storm is capable of producing widespread damaging winds and large hail at times. People and animals will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect considerable tree damage. Wind damage is also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. As the storm makes it into Blunt, I think we're going to bring in our South Dakota camera. Ooh, we get we're going to try to bring it back in here. Okay, we haven't seen an update. And so that's going to be what we're waiting on. Nice. My trash can is right behind that, by the way. Kind of watching this storm. But still at that 31,000 feet. We're starting to see our higher winds here. Based off of experience, your biggest winds are going to be right here. You have your winds pushing like this, and this usually causes your highest winds. And this is going to be moving into Blunt. If you're in Blunt, roll one up. I'm joking. I should not do that on the stream. I shouldn't joke like that on stream. But you need to go ahead and be indoors, away from windows. These are considerable winds here. And we're still watching this storm for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and the potential of ping pong ball sized tail. So if you guys are wondering what I read, so this is what I read on the other side. This comes from the National Weather Service themselves. So this comes directly from the National Weather Service, and this is what I'm reading on my side screens over here to tell you guys what to be looking for. So I pay attention to this. I usually don't say this out loud. Sometimes I will. So this is kind of saying, at 4:49 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Canning or 5 miles southwest of Blunt, moving northeast at 35 mile per hour. I mostly pay attention to this. Moving northeast, moving southwest, southeast, north, east, whatever. In the mile per hour. We do read this from time to time. So this is our hazard. I typically don't look at this at first. I scroll down here to max wind gust and this. This tells me, okay, it's all consolidated into a small spot. I know this, the impact by heart. I've recited it so many times at this point. And I do look here occasionally to kind of see what office is issuing. The severe weather statement, that's where they update. So if you look at this warning, you're going to see it has shrunk a little bit. And so they put a severe weather statement out for that. But it's still a severe thunderstorm warning, considerable. Even if you have a severe weather statement, upgrade to destructive or something like that, your phone will alert you because destructive does tag your phones. So that's what I usually look at. My side screen, I only have one, unfortunately, so we're running 2 monitors. I have Open Broadcast Studio or OBS on the left. On the top right, I have our live stream chat, and at the bottom, I have our active warnings. Used to, our active warnings would be right here, but I decided that would look a lot better, so that's why they are there. And you have your list of warnings down below. So, well, we haven't looked at this in a little bit. We're starting to see a little bit of lightning intensity pick up on this storm. And so, we do have a 53 mile per hour wind gust report as well. I'm thankful we haven't received anything from Blunt at this time. That's definitely good news. We are seeing your hail kind of go down. We have crossed our 60,000 foot threshold for this storm. We are really far from the radar, but I think we can do this for one time. Give me 1 second, save alpha table. That's sometimes better for you guys. Oh, shoot. Okay, this looks a little bit better. I'm sorry about that, everyone. So the top of our radar is 60,000 feet. So that's top of what we really see. But radar itself can see above. So this is 60,000 feet right here. And if we even it out just a tad bit, we kind of crossed that 60 there, so I want to add back our original table. So this table is what I used to look at tornadoes, and this is the hail core. You can see that's suspended up there around 10,000 feet and a little bit below, and this does go up to about 50,000 feet. So this is a significant hail core. Not doing a lot of damage, not doing a lot of hailing at the ground, as if we know, but that is a really cool thing that we can do with radar. This is going to be a destructive storm with 80-mile-per-hour wind, as 10 minutes ago. So I do fully expect to be put into this view in just a little bit. I'll go ahead and 7 it and 1 it. So 80-mile-per-hour wind is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That's where we constitute a severe thunderstorm warning destructive. You can see it below here at SVRD 80 plus mile per hour wind and 2.75 plus inch hail. We're going to be at that 80 mile per hour threshold. And this is a local storm report. Now we're starting to see our higher readings as we're getting closer to that radar. With that in mind, I do expect an upgrade to destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be moving to the northeast. So let's go ahead and track it. I do want to bring in this storm really quickly. It's weakening. First sign of precip right here. And it's weakened. Alright, let's go and track this out through. Herald in about less than 15 minutes. This is going to be at State Highway 47 in 46 minutes. 46 minutes or less. We're going to say probably close to 35 minutes for you guys along State Highway 47. South Dakota State Highway 47. Sorry guys, a little tired today. We're starting to see our higher wind gusts in here though. We're watching the storm intently. We also have a new, there it is. Sorry about that, there is no tornado emergency, more or less not even a tornado warning. So this is the view that we use when we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This gives you full radar view in a smaller air, in a larger area. And if we do add this back in here just as a filler. So this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Train spotters report at 4:54 an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust recorded 4 miles west-southwest of Blunt. So where I get that is right here. This is a destructive storm for northeastern Hughes and southeastern Sully counties. And you'll see this for PDS storm warnings as well. This is a PDS for whatever. But this is for your destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Alright. We're going to bring in our new severe thunderstorm warning just really briefly here. We have a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Montana, which we will go take a look at in just a second. That's going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds. The potential for 60-mile-per-hour winds in this storm as it heads towards Gordon and State Highway 27. Alright, bringing in we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in this area for, again, 70-mile-per-hour winds. Not a lot of rain. This is going to be a thunderstorm, however. Just not a lot of precipitation coming from this storm. Therefore, but you're still going to see that severe thunderstorm warning. Alright, let's go ahead and bring in our Rapid City radar just really quickly. We haven't seen a lot of reports, but this is starting to get up there. So, alright, coming back to Aberdeen here, where we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning impacting persons Blunt, Harold, and Holabird area. So this is going to be possibility of 80-mile-per-hour wind. This is a destructive storm. And we're going to watch this destructive severe thunderstorm warning as well. So I'm actually going to center this really quickly. So this just saves it to my device so we can go ahead and upload this here to our social media platforms. Sorry about that, everyone. So we're still seeing this. Storm here. Sorry about that. Until 5:30. CDT. At 4:42. At 4:54 and 80 mile per hour was reported by trained spotters. Sorry if you guys see me typing on my side screen. We're just trying to post this off to social media. We're starting to come in range for radar to really start peeking it through. I do want to bring us down to our North Platte radar really quickly, where we did have a report of 72 mile per hour winds. I just saw this not too long ago. And this is going to be in Winner, 1 mile northeast of Winner, South Dakota. This is going to be associated with this severe thunderstorm warning here. So we will likely see this get upgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning as well. By coming back to our destructive severe thunderstorm warning just really briefly here, then we're going to want to go to Montana, where we have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. That is not rotation, but we are starting to see our 60s and 70s. So again, this severe thunderstorm warning here is 80 mile per hour. I do expect another update on this severe thunderstorm warning here shortly, however. Alright, let's go and take a look at our Montana severe thunderstorm warning. Where we did have a 78 mile per hour wind gust reported. Do we seriously not have any radars closer? Like, jeez. BLX radar. Not that. I'll sacrifice this radar. They kind of see. I don't think that's going to be any closer. Okay, it is. So we could see this here get upgraded to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Dillian, Sheridan, Twin Bridges, you guys are currently in the path of this storm. Does have 78, close to 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts in it. So therefore, you are going to be seeing this come up towards you. Going back to Aberdeen, where we do have a destructive, sorry, I had to think about that one for a second, severe thunderstorm warning. This does have large hail and some damaging wind. By large hail, I mean an inch of hail. We are going to continue the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. At 5:18 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Harold, or 12 miles east of Blunt. Moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Again, this is a destructive storm for northeastern Hughes and southeastern Sully counties. We do see a portion of Hyde in here. Currently, this is going to be, though, in Hughes and Sully counties, southeast of Oneida, and Agar, south of those areas here. Do we have a wildfire? Oh, that's all moisture surgeons. That's cool. So this is going to be our only destructive severe thunderstorm warning at this time. And we do have new severe thunderstorm warnings. I have noticed these, but we haven't had time to go over them. So let's go to our Rapid City radar. Alright, these are the storms that we have been watching originally here. I do want to bring our attention here. Boundary, 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 weak boundary. Let's go and play this here on radar. Watching these collide, I'm really curious as to how that plays out. Alright, kind of watching these storms, I'm going to go ahead and remove our lightning. We do have 60-mile-per-hour wind potential severe thunderstorm warnings. These have little hail, but your southern one should have a little bit of hail in my opinion. An hour and 7 minutes. So this goes until 5:30 Mountain Daylight Time. Until 5:30 Mountain Daylight Time. Both of these actually do expire at that time. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. What about our Sioux Falls radar? when we get to Aurora County. We do see this new severe thunderstorm warning from Chamberlain to Iona right now, actively. We did have a new report just come in. You guys saw the pop up 9 minutes ago of a 6-mile-per-hour wind gust reported on the Mesonet station. Coming back to Aberdeen, where we do have this destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Because a storm spotter has reported 80-mile-per-hour winds at 4:54 Central Daylight Time, which is the reason the severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. So, we are thinking about doing a new look for our destructive severe thunderstorm warning sets if I continue streaming from this point. So far, this is our only destructive severe thunderstorm warning. But we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Heading up towards Sheridan, Twin Bridges, and currently impacting Dillon. This is with a 78-mile-per-hour wind gust reported moments ago at approximately 4:05 Mountain Daylight Time. With this severe thunderstorm warning, I wouldn't be surprised if we see an upgrade to 80 mile per hour. Coming back to our Aberdeen here. We're watching this severe thunderstorm warning here as it's in Herald right now, where we are seeing some of our higher wind gusts. We're actually going to do this in black. So this is currently where we're allotting our highest winds currently. This is going to be impacting Herald as we speak. We're going to be watching this as it goes towards Sioux Falls. So, your PDS Severe Thunderstorm Watch has verified, I think, very well. Considering to verify, you only need like one damaging wind report. So, here is your new Severe Thunderstorm Warning. This is going to be for Highmore, Heights, and Miller. This is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds. So we're going to be dropping from our 80, but we are going to have $half-dollar size tail as well. So we're going to be dropping from our 60 from hour 80 to hour 70. This destructive severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for the next minute. With this being dropped, we are going to go ahead and remove our destructive and come in here to our regular view for you guys. Oof. So we are going to be removing our destructive severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to be situated here with a considerable. That doesn't mean it won't produce 80 mile per hour winds. That just means right now we don't have confidence that it's producing 80 mile per hour. I do have confidence, however, we are seeing 65 to 72, 73 mile per hour winds in this considerable severe thunderstorm warning. I do have that confidence to be able to say that. Again, I don't have a degree yet. I'm going to be working towards that for like 6 years. Community college for a year or 2. And so there you go. It has been removed from our radar. So we're going to be watching this area. And this is only a considerable severe thunderstorm. Starting to get to that point where radar's starting to show that hail, and we're getting to the point where I can start believing it. By the edge of this, we're going to be at 4,475 feet. Which would be really, really good. We did, and I missed this a while ago, a 2-inch hail report in Pierre, whatever. We also have multiple Florida severe thunderstorm warnings coming in with 2. Then we're going to go to our Montana severe thunderstorm warnings. But we haven't updated here Florida in just a little bit, so we do have one over the town of Jacksonville. So they're talking about these 2 areas right here. Again, highlight that in blue. So I'm worried about this area here as it moves to the south. Downtown Jacksonville, you are in this. This is going to be just a regular storm with a little bit of wind. Shouldn't be anything too crazy to do. let's go back to Montana here. Where we again do have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So we only have 2. This is our numbers. This is our second one. The first one is that formerly destructive severe thunderstorm. I have to turn that down just a bit. So that this is number 2. This does have the potential for 78-mile-per-hour wind. Excuse me. That does bring in the considerable severe thunderstorm warning for this area. We don't really have a good velocity reading. We're in the mountains. We have everything kind of messing with it, so. And then looking at the Winnett severe thunderstorm warning in Montana, Flat Willow, Cat Creek. We're watching an area right in here as it's moving off. For the potential of 60s to 65-mile-per-hour winds. We do have multiple heat-related stuff. We have this severe thunderstorm warning, which, excuse me, did have a 72-mile-per-hour wind gust. We never saw that considerable severe thunderstorm warning, but we did have a 72-mile-per-hour wind gust. Chamberlain, you guys are fine. Gonna Sandors, though. Going to our Rapid City radar, we have this severe thunderstorm warning. Cherry Creek, you're getting the shaft of the rain right now. You're getting that little rain shaft right now. Eagle Butte, this is coming up towards you. We did have a 59-mile-per-hour wind gust again. What is considered severe is 58-mile-per-hour or greater. But typically your severe thunderstorm warnings go in increments of 5, so 60 mile per hour, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100, 100, 500, and so on. And so we have this severe thunderstorm warning. I do expect them to bring in the hail, because you're starting to see a lot of hail indications on this. So moving to Aberdeen, where we do have our Aberdeen radar. This is not Aberdeen. This is Harold, Highmore, Miller, and Ree Heights along United States Highway 14. Where's my state's highway? There's my state highways. And State Highway 47. Been calling you out, State Highway 47. If you're between Stephen and Hyde County, if you're in pretty well Hyde County on State Highway 47, kind of slow down. May I remove radar? about 10 miles north of Highmore. Is 10 miles north, can pull off. This is going to be doing a little bit of hail if you're on State Highway 47. If you're traveling east from Blunt towards Miller, you're going to be driving through a pretty serious storm with a little bit of hail. Do not park over. Do not park under overpasses. That blocks traffic. That is a bad idea. So we're just watching this severe thunderstorm warning. So our storm was able to revive itself. This is something we've been watching. When I said, well, I thought by here it was going to die. And then it reorganized. Now we have explosiveness 34,000 feet. We are currently at 59,000 feet within this cell here. That is producing your 70 plus, maybe close to 80 mile per hour wind gusts right now. And this is that considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Here soon I'm going to make a graphic to explain the difference between base severe thunderstorm warning, considerable severe thunderstorm warning, and a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And why a destructive severe thunderstorm warning can sometimes have your sirens sound, your phones go off, things like that. And that's what we're going to be watching here with this Highmore cell. And we did have an 81 mile per hour wind gust, bringing us back to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. I'm not 100% sure why this wasn't brought to us until just now. Herald, we did have a Mesonet station number 19 in Herald by the South Dakota Department of Transportation record an 81 mile per hour wind gusts 20 minutes ago. Why this has only popped up now, I am unsure. It was about the area I had highlighted there. So your sirens are now sounding, your phones are going off, sirens are sounding, you're probably wondering, what the heck is this? This is because we have a really destructive storm, 80 mile per hour wind, so we've already seen 2 reports of it so far. Okay, so the local storm report was just put in not too long ago. So this is our only destructive severe thunderstorm warning. We also have this severe thunderstorm warning down here near Brule County, which we're going to go and bring in our Sioux Falls radar, because when we start getting, we're going to start watching this storm on our Sioux Falls radar. This does include Chamberlain, Kimball, Baijo Hills, Academy, and Western Platte. This is a regular severe thunderstorm warning, so a regular severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for this area. No alerts? Oh, we're fixed. Okay. Do they have EDS tagged? So this is a destructive storm for Central Hyde County. I want to go just quickly to our Rapid City radar here, where we do have the 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, and we do have an inch of hail possible. So that would be quarter-sized hail with this storm now. So your highest winds right now. Let me redraw that. Are right in this area here. That's just an estimation from what we're hearing on radar and the time that was reported. We're not seeing, you don't see as high of damaging wind. What? You don't see as high of damaging wind on radar this high up. Typically. But you can, and sometimes, a lot of times, it'll overestimate. So you have to notch it down by a few miles per hour. That is not going to be rotation in there. That's, again, not rotation. So this is our only upgraded type of warning. By upgraded, considerable or destructive. They did downgrade our Montana severe thunderstorm warning to a regular base severe thunderstorm warning. So that means 60-mile-per-hour winds and an inch or less of hail. With this severe thunderstorm warning, 80-mile-per-hour winds are possible. This cell can't make up its mind if it wants to stay alive or cut down. What's horrible about looking at radar in these areas is that a lot of mountains. And there is a serious radar hole. Right here, this is a significant radar hole. Really, that radar hole kind of fits there as well. And there's a massive one, like right. Another radar, big time radar hole. In this area here. of American radars, obviously. Again, currently your strongest wind is going to be in this area that I have just circled here. And so that is going to be this area is the reason we do have this destructive tagged severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 6:15 Central Daylight Time. In about a month, you guys can expect an announcement coming from me that I will be stepping down from streaming. I do want to just point that out here. An hour and 32 minutes in. I do plan to step down from streaming as often. When I'm off work, we'll see some streams. If we have an overnight tornado threat or a destructive line of storms, we'll probably see me go live. And moderate risks, we'll try to cover those as much as possible. But I gotta get a job in college, things like that. That's gonna leave a little bit of time to, stream. We do have a report of 64-mile-per-hour winds in Highmore. That's going to be as of 11 minutes ago. So we're going to be seeing those winds steadily increase in that area for right as of now. So seeing what this tag here, hopefully it doesn't increase. We also had a 67, I'm going to say 60, the number between 68 and 66 mile per hour. Funny number, blah, blah, blah. But a 64 as well. So 80, 67, 81, and 64. I do believe we kind of see it go up, because I'm watching this area right here, this specific area, and then a little bit further up for the potential of 80-mile-per-hour winds that are currently impacting a portion of State Highway 47 and heading towards Highmore. So I'm kind of curious to see what the Mesonet station does show. If once that passes, we'll be able to know if this will be downgraded to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning or a regular severe thunderstorm warning or a considerable. We have been kind of neglecting our other severe thunderstorm warnings, so let's go over that just really quickly. A little bit of hail throughout this area, so our pink is hail core. little hail core here, and then throughout here we have I'd say a pretty stout hail core in this area. A little bit of hail here. An inch and a half of hail possible. I want to bring in our Bozeman here, so you guys are not in this severe thunderstorm warning. Belgrade, Amsterdam, Manhattan, and Anthony, you guys are under this severe thunderstorm warning. So this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Manhattan, you guys should be fine. We have a, excuse me, considerable severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to assume a 70-mile-per-hour considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Eagle Butte, Greengrass, Whitehorse, Ridgeview, and Parade. Lantry, you guys are on the backside of this, but you guys have another storm coming through. We did have a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust reported, so that's why that is currently in a excuse me, why that is currently in a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We're going to come to these next. GGW. Looking here at Glasgow. Radar here. We have the severe thunderstorm warning, and it's going through Cat Creek right now, where we did have a 52-mile-per-hour wind. I do expect them to downgrade to a special weather statement, which is what we see this little brown box here. This tells us our wind gust, max hail size, max wind gust. And it's like a AliExpress severe thunderstorm warning or Wish.com. Your lower end stuff. I'd use Temu, but someone else already uses that as an example, and I'm not going to copy. Oh, but this is your lower grade. Let's say you have premiumly distilled water and you have non-distilled water. Premiumly filtered water and non-filtered water. It's going to be below that non-filtered. Oh, we'll come up with a better analogy into time. Alright, back to our destructive severe thunderstorm warning here. Oh, excuse me. This has been downgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So we were just destructive. We are now considerable. 70-mile-per-hour wind gust and small hail. Less than an inch of hail. The reason this is being downgraded is we don't have enough confidence in 80-mile-per-hour winds. Especially with the 64-mile-per-hour wind gust. We do have a 76 mile per hour wind gust, so we're coming back here. A 76 mile per hour wind gust coming from our Greengrass, Lantry, Eagle Butte, Ridgeview, and Whitehorse. Severe thunderstorm warning. This is still going to be in that considerable severe thunderstorm warning range. I'm a little tired. Sorry about that, everyone. So this is a 76 mile per hour wind gust reported by the South Dakota Mesonet. Your highest winds are within this area here. That's going to be your highest winds. This is going to be moved towards Greengrass, Whitehorse, Ridgeview, Burrard, and Eagle Butte. And this is going to be dropping, in my opinion, pea-sized tail. Pea to possibly marble-sized tail almost. We also have 50 mile per hour wind gust from this 11 minutes ago. In this portion of the line, I'm more worried about your hail cores within this area. Which we have two really stout hail cores. Where I'm probably saying 1.5 inches of hail. Currently, the National Weather Service has it tagged for 1 inch, but I do have a feeling we're a little underestimating this. Yes, we are looking at 7,000 feet, 8,000 feet. But I do expect it to be a little higher because that updraft is a little bit stronger and it's suspending it a little more. I want to go to Florida here where we do have a severe thunderstorm warning and a flash flood warning for Jacksonville. This is not sounding your sirens at all. This is not sounding your phones. Just be prepared for the potential of flash flooding in the downtown Jacksonville area. But we also have a stout line right to the south of Jacksonville, which is going to be causing issues towards Orange Park. No, you guys are not in anything today in Goshen, Indiana. You guys are fine. I don't even think you're in a threat today. Let me make sure. You guys are fine. You're not even in a general thunderstorm risk. You guys are not. As this comes down to Fruit Cove, Russell, Green Cove Springs, this might start producing a little bit of damaging wind. I wouldn't be surprised for a special weather statement. You're welcome. I'm gonna give you a heads up. I'm probably stepping down from streaming in about a month because college, getting a college job, balancing studying, just probably isn't gonna be easy. So, a very nice outflow boundary extending from this storm near Callahan. You can step outside in Stark, Keystone Heights, Lotte. You're gonna see a very beautiful shelf cloud from this. You guys have no threat right now, so you guys are going to see a very beautiful shelf with this. We have a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning in South Dakota. It's going to be for 70 mile per hour winds coming from our storm that is currently in Zybach County, With the stout hail core, we are seeing a couple wind gusts of over 70 miles per hour. Your highest wind gust right now is going to be in this area here. That's where your highest winds are currently at. This is going to be moving towards Eagle Butte, Ridgeview. So you can expect a new severe thunderstorm warning pretty shortly. For this area here, I do expect a new severe thunderstorm warning. Alright, moving to another Florida severe thunderstorm warning. Close to the Tampa region. From this cell here that is going to be producing penny-sized tail. This storm is pretty well stationary. Pretty well stationary. It's moving at 3 knots, which is really slow. That is 3.4 miles per hour. And the potential of 60 mile per hour wind is there. And we're going to be searching this area. But I do believe we're seeing that damaging wind right in this area with the culminating of factors. Okay, let's get to Montana really quickly and just... We're looking at this Belgrade severe thunderstorm warning. This is heading towards Belgrade with the potential of 60 mile per hour wind. Currently, your strongest wind is probably going to be located right in here. This is towards Belgrade, pretty close to Amsterdam. Coming to our Glasgow radar. We're watching this new severe thunderstorm warning for Brusette Sand Springs. Heading towards Jordan along State Highway 200. This does have the potential for 60 mile per hour winds, where we'd be looking for that. Is this area here. That's where we're going to be looking for those 60 mile per hour winds as it moves towards the east. Bringing in our considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which is kind of slowly dying here. And then we'll be able to have full focus here on these considerable severe thunderstorm warnings here, hopefully. I do not have much confidence with this cell producing dangerous winds. I do believe that we have some strong winds in this area. Probably close to 60, 65 mile per hour. Alright, I want to go back to our rapid... Ooh. This lake here is going to be our transition spot from our Rapid City radar. Like probably Timberlake to here. We do have some pretty high wind being recorded in this area here. I do believe we need a new severe thunderstorm warning. In that area here. I do believe that'll be close to what it looks like. We might see it. We might see it like that, however. So we haven't received any more reports, which is really good, from that considerable severe thunderstorm warning heading towards Miller. And then we're going to be watching this storm still. Both of these storms, actually, for the potential of considerable severe weather. Aberdeen, you're starting to see this start dying off. I do expect, excuse me, I do expect this to be downgraded here. New severe thunderstorm warning in Florida. For these storms in here that are producing 60 plus mile per hour. That is to replace the severe thunderstorm warning that is about to expire in 3 minutes. We do have a report of 40 mile per hour winds coming from the Orange Park area, about 2-3 miles north of Orange Park. We are seeing that new report. Coming back to Rapid City, where we did have a 76 mile per hour wind gust reported. As we go towards Green Grass. have a new mesoscale discussion. So we have a new we just had a severe thunder 60-mile-per-hour wind gust reported in this area. So I do expect them to reissue. Also a 62-mile-per-hour wind gust. I want to bring in X on my side screen here. I'm currently reading a mesoscale discussion that is on the... There's your new base severe thunderstorm warning for this storm. We did expect this to make the easterly turn as it grows upscale, and I think it's just doing that. Right? Oh, excuse me. Oof. There is also another new severe thunderstorm warning, and this is going to be the extension from that, including plankton. We're going to go ahead and start using this radar. But this does include the towns of Wolsey, Virgil, Alpena, Wessington Springs, Stola, Plankinton, Stickney, and Letcher. And a new one for Miller. Alright, I want to bring in this new severe thunderstorm warning, not warning, but new mesoscale discussion. Destructive winds from 75 to 90 mile per hour and large hail are possible at this convective cluster across central South Dakota continues to intensify and grow upscale. So we're watching these. This is your former destructive storm. We're going to be watching these as it grows upscale, making an easterly turn. Currently this cell has that, and we're going to expect it to become easterly here shortly. A convective cluster continues to evolve over central South Dakota. This cluster is now beginning to interact with a reservoir of ample low-level moisture. So that will strengthen these and make it grow upscale, which means instead of like a small cell, it'll expand north, south, or whatever. 75 to 90 mile per hour wind gusts are possible with this cell. And that's why we have that new severe thunderstorm warning. But we also have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning to worry about. It's going to get killed off by these at some point. We just don't know when. If we have a tornado, it's going to be a very weak and brief tornado. We're not going to rule out the potential for a tornado, but it is unlikely to see a tornado. Back here, we only have 2 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, which is really good. We drink a lot of water here. We like to stay hydrated. And talking for hours on hours on hours is not the best for hydration. I am going to have to steal some ice again. It is like 100 and something degrees right outside my house. I'm currently in the middle of a fridge. I'm going to like steal a little bit of ice if I can. Nice. And since my mini fridge quit working, it doesn't stay cold. And my AC is, well, it's 100 something degrees. I think that's enough. Here I am living this drift in Tokyo drift. Race that's dying. This is dope, right for love. Love looking down with my eyes closed. I'm supposed to drive with my eyes closed. Sorry. It's a really good song. It's called Death Race by Juice WRLD. Again, we do have 62, 60 mile per hour wind gust reports coming from Ree Heights and Miller. Alright, going back to our considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. But first, I want to go ahead and bring in a new severe thunderstorm warning from Georgia. Yes, from Georgia. But first, we're going to go to Montana really briefly here, where we did have a 63 mile per hour wind gust reported in Belgrade. This is heading towards very rural areas. It's rural as it is, but you do have a couple population centers. And this was reported as of 10 minutes ago exactly on the ASOS station, which is kind of like Mesonet, at the Bozeman Yellowstone Airport. We also have our Glasgow radar open here, as we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for this area as it moves in towards Sand Springs and Brusset. Your highest winds right now are being in this area here. That's going to be your greatest area of damaging winds. Going back to Georgia here, we do have these pop-up cells. Some of these can become severe. So again, we do see that severe potential in this area. These could get severe warned here in a little bit as they move towards Ellaville, Preston, Phoenix City. So this severe thunderstorm warning is going to be for 60 mile per hour wind. Your highest winds are going to be in this specific spot here as it moves to South Albany. You are in the direct path of this. Going back to Florida, where we only have one severe thunderstorm warning in the entire state of Florida. We're not seeing a lot of reports of damaging wind, but radar is showing the potential for 60 mile per hour wind. So, alright, moving to our Rapid City radar here, where we do have two considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. I was trying to figure out why they put 12,000 feet versus what? 12,000 feet. Okay, it's worth using Aberdeen at this point. We can probably remove that radar. We're watching this area here of 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. This is why we have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time, 6 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. And that's what... We have had multiple 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts reported in this Greengrass, the Eagle Butte area. And 6 miles north-northwest of Lantry. And so we're going to be watching this area here of severe storms. Now, I want to move back over here. We're about to have to switch our radars, which is actually good, because we'll have higher resolution. We're watching the storm south of Miller. It has... I do want to parlay our radar loop here as our storms here kind of go up. This is what it has looked like. You'll see that southeaster, and then your easterly turn kind of more southeasterly as well, as it kind of got through high more, exiting Blunt. And that's what we're seeing with that right now. Watching these storms as well. We only have severe thunderstorm warnings in South Dakota, Montana, Florida, and Georgia. We do have 3 considerable flash flood warnings, which we're going to go ahead and bring in from our Florida radar. All of which are in Arizona. With the amount of rain, we're still going to see flash flood warnings. We have a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Montana. We will take a look at in just a second. This, so most of these are going to be between half an inch and 2 inches of rain. An additional half an inch to an inch and a half of rain are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. We haven't really had any reports of water rescues, which is really good. So this area sees a lot of monsoons, a lot of flash flooding. This is where like 70% of your flash flood emergencies come from, is this area actually. And then you have these where between 1 and 2 inches of rain have fallen at less than an hour. That was as of 3 hours ago, so I do expect these to be downgraded to regular base severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm going to bring that back to Georgia, and we're going to go to Montana, where we had a 67 mile per hour wind gust reported at an elevation of 3,222 feet. This is going to be 4 miles west-southwest of Sand Springs, Montana. that's currently where we're looking at for this wind, which has prompted this to become a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, with your highest winds being in this area here that I have highlighted. That's going to be your highest wind area. 60 or 70 mile per hour winds are possible as well in this area. Coming back to our Aberdeen radar, where we do have these two considerable severe thunderstorm warnings heading towards and close to the radar. Akaska, Oven, Gettysburg, Bowdle, Selby, Holmeser, Ipswich, Crestburg, Fulton, Orient, Timberlake, Mound City. You guys need to be ready for this as this comes towards you. If this can maintain intensity, and so far it is proving that it can, we're going to see some destructive winds. Right now, your highest winds are going to be in this area here. This stretch from south of Timberlake to north of Pierre. Pierre, you are not under this severe thunderstorm warning. It is to your north. You could see a little bit more rain, however. After this, you could see a little bit more rain. We don't expect that to be severe. This could get a special weather statement shortly. We did just see a 79 mile per hour wind gust from Mesonet Station 312 in Ree Heights. So I do expect an upgrade to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, or possibly destructive, as this storm goes towards Valor. Currently, your highest wind speeds in this are going to be right here. That's going to be your highest wind speeds. As this grows upscale, this will be your main focus in your 80, possibly closer to 90 mile per hour wind gusts. However, there's that upgrade to considerable that I was just going to mention. I was mentioning there. And so we're now at small hail and 70 mile per hour winds. This was reported by train spotters. And Mesonet. Okay, that makes more sense. So if you guys are wondering what I'm reading, this is what I'm reading. This is the most up to date. This just tells me that Buffalo and Hyde counties are no longer in the severe thunderstorm warning. So this is what we're reading, 70 mile per hour wind gusts, small hail. This is where I get my source, so what it tells. The reason we know Mesonet is because of the local storm report. And then you have train spotters reporting close to 70 or close to that, which would verify that back. I want to move this back over here. Excuse me. So this is going to be our fourth considerable severe thunderstorm warning, and we have 4 other severe thunderstorm warnings. Alright, let's go back to Georgia just really briefly. Then we're going to go to Montana, where we do have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, 1 considerable and another base severe thunderstorm warning. We're going to be watching this area as it goes towards Ellaville, Perry, Hawkinsville, Vienna, Pineville, Americus, Preston, Lumpkin for the potential of 40, 50 mile per hour winds. You could see the occasional 60 mile per hour wind gust. We do have this severe thunderstorm warning as it goes towards Albany. I do think they downgrade this from a severe thunderstorm warning shortly. Your wind threat has come down substantially with it. Currently, your highest winds are going to be right here in this area. This is going to be your highest wind gusts with this storm. Moving down, we have a severe thunderstorm warning currently impacting southern Jacksonville, central to southern Jacksonville, as this rain shower comes through. Let's go ahead and pull in lightning data. This is going to be 20-minute lightning data. Thunderstorm. Actually, a lot of lightning. This is going to be 20-minute data so it doesn't overclog the system. I had an hour once before, but there's some storms produce so much lightning. So this area, that's going to be our highest concern. Your current highest wind gusts are going to be on the southern side of Jacksonville at this time, moving to the south. Towards Orange Park, Russell. Let's go ahead and get a storm track since we have a really good generalized idea of where this is. The fact that we haven't seen any local storm reports coming from Jacksonville tells me that the wind is not 60 or close to that. So I do think we see that disappear. That disappeared. That disappeared. Alright, moving back to Montana where we do have that considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Because we did have a 67 mile per hour wind gust report, 3,222 foot elevation. That does play factor. This is a mountainous area, I'm pretty sure. Your current highest wind gusts are going to be right in this area here. That 67 mile per hour wind gust is what prompted this. I do think they downgrade this here shortly if we don't see any more reports, because I know we have a couple stations in this area that we're currently impacting. So I do expect them to downgrade this to a regular base severe thunderstorm warning. Jordan, can it be prepared as this comes towards you? You're going to have a severe thunderstorm warning. You're going to want to stay away from windows. We're going to go ahead and turn off lightning here. Again, I do expect them to downgrade this severe thunderstorm warning here. I'm watching these considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. We had another 69 mile per hour wind gust from a Mesonet station as of 15 minutes ago. 1 mile east of Parade, South Dakota. This is heading towards Ridgeville. And your highest winds right now are going to be pertained in this area here. It's going to be where your highest wind gusts are in this storm. We also have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning where we had a 79 mile per hour wind gust in Ree Heights. We're moving. This is what's moving towards Sioux Falls, so I want to go ahead and bring in our Sioux Falls radar because we're going to be really close to being able to use Sioux Falls for the first time. Okay, we are officially at the point where Sioux Falls is more valuable. watching this line here, our highest wind gusts are obviously going to be in this area here. But your area to see possibility of 60 mile per hour or greater is currently going to be located in this little strip that I have just drawn out for you guys. And that's going to be moving towards Carthage, D. Simmet, Huron, Bancroft, Irwin, Badger, Oldham, Ramona, Madison, Howard, Canova, Salem, Mitchell, Ethan, and Canistowa. I do expect this area to have the potential for a special weather statement. It would look something like this for that area. And so that's what your severe, special weather statement might look like if they issue one. Wessington Springs, you are currently under the impact. We do have a new mesoscale discussion that I haven't seen. So this is what we're going to see. I want to go ahead and bring that up for you guys. We're not going to use side screen because, again, I don't see my reason to. So this came from the Storm Prediction Center themselves. I just want to bring this over to you guys really quickly. Alright, here's that new mesoscale discussion for you guys. Severe wind gusts from 65 to 80 mile per hour and a couple large hail events are possible for the next few hours across north central South Dakota. And that's going to be with the cluster that does have two considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, which we were just looking at. It's going to be these warnings right here. So the Timberlake on down to Ridgeview, White Horse, and Mission Ridge. This activity is expected to persist for the next few hours, although an outflow boundary from the cluster over south central South Dakota could impact the downstream thermodynamics. They're talking about this here, this area there. That's what we're talking about. So those storms there, it's the south central outflow boundary. So what that'll do is when you get an outflow boundary, which we're gonna denote by pink, you're gonna get an outflow boundary in this area somewhere. That outflow boundary cuts our moisture off that's trying to flow into these storms that's going to cut off your inflow to it, so you're not going to see your great moisture, and it's going to slowly temper and weaken these storms. Anytime you have an outflow boundary, you're 20 out threat to SDI. That is a little bit further down the road, however. And if you look here, we have that outflow boundary right here. They are still getting their moisture, but you can see a very clear outflow boundary here. So we are going to see the gradual weakening of these storms. However, currently, with that outflow boundary, you're not going to see it just yet. If the storms can outrun the outflow boundary, we might be talking about something different. We also have a 69 mile per hour wind gust in Dewey County as well. We'll take a look at that in just a second. Okay, we've already reported on this. But anyways, so you can actually see, the outflow boundary form right here, and it gets taken up. You'll see the storms pulse up behind it. It's interacting with the environment. You're seeing the clashing of warm and cool air. You're seeing the explosive development of these storms along the outflow boundary, but they die really quickly as well. And so the outflow boundary has passed through Faulkton. If you're in Ipswich, Millette, Redford, you guys can step outside and probably see the shelf cloud from this, which is really cool. Again, if you hear thunder, go indoors. But there's going to be a very beautiful shelf cloud rolling through that area. So I wonder if we have any traffic cams in Aberdeen that pulled. I'm going to be looking for a traffic camera just really quickly. I do want to bring us back to not Rapid City, our Sioux Falls radar with this severe thunderstorm warning and some of the storms to its south. So far it's not pulling up. But we are seeing the potential for 60 mile per hour wind gusts. This was reported as of 7 minutes ago. This is a co-op observer. So a 60 mile per hour wind gust has been reported by the co-op observer. Usually that's general public. Okay, there we go, I got cameras. We don't have a view of that from any of the traffic cameras there that we're looking at. However, let's go over your highest winds, which is going to be in this area here. That's going to be your highest winds as of right now. Sorry, I'm a little tired. And so we're going to be watching these line of storms here. Let's go up to our Aberdeen radar. None of our cameras here, unfortunately, are video. They are going to be photo. I'm even going to look in the WeatherWise app just really briefly. We do have a 62-mile-per-hour wind gust from a Mesonet station as well. So we're still going to be watching this. These line of storms here. Again, we're starting to see that outflow boundary really extend north. We'll go over that new severe thunderstorm warning in just a second. As this goes north, you're going to start seeing these storms get choked off behind it. This is what we were talking about. I do think they'll last a couple hours. Maybe an hour to two. Excuse me. But, I do not expect it to be a very big, long-lasting time. I do believe we get to end before the expiration of our PDS Severe Thunderstorm Watch, though. I do believe your severe threat will ramp down. I do want to bring in our SPC weather outlook. We rarely do this for you guys, but we can clear this portion of the enhanced risk from major severe weather. We're going to be watching that line there, but I don't think it'll do anything. So we're probably at this stage with the significant severe weather because of that outflow boundary. So we're about halfway through our enhanced risk of severe weather. I've had a few questions on Twitter, specifically one, why don't I have my road signs? It's too cluttered. We're also going to be switching radar apps hopefully soon. We're still going to use GR2 Analyst because I personally prefer it over anything. But we're going to get a better radar view for you guys. Going up to Aberdeen, we're going to go ahead and remove our Rapid City radar. We're going to keep our North Platte on the off chance something is... You can see these outflow boundaries in here as well. Going through Ainsworth. Very beautiful. I've also had a question on Instagram, because I do post this stuff on Instagram, things like that. Why I have, in all caps, this is a particularly dangerous situation up here. I do that to signal this is not your typical thing. This is way past that, in a sense. And that's why you'll see me in all caps. When we have PDS storm warnings, you'll see my tone changes a little bit. Tornado emergencies. Unless I just don't think it fits. But that's a whole different conversation. So, for on Aberdeen. And they have dropped the considerable severe thunderstorm warning. The storms which dropped in the warning have weakened below severe limits and no longer pose an immediate threat to life or property. If this can continue, we'll be out of your. This will be out of your hair pretty soon, and it'll just be a rainstorm. That's what we can hope, and this is, again, because that outflow boundary is coming through. But this is your best threat for 80 mile per hour wind. Another thing that I do want to note with these storms, as this outflow boundary is affecting them, I do believe we see the downgrade of this considerable severe thunderstorm warning and goes regular severe thunderstorm warning. So another thing, when we do move, we're going to be doing a lot of green screening if I stream. So if I can continue streaming, we're going to be doing green screening. It's a lot better than just sitting here, and you guys will get the better side of me if I can set it up properly. So we do have our focus on 2 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. We haven't been to Montana in a while. Let's go to that, where we are expecting the issuance of this considerable to be dropped. We no longer have any severe thunderstorm warnings outside of the states of Montana and South Dakota. Just like that, we do not have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Montana. So we are now down to a base severe thunderstorm warning as this heads towards Jordan. Potential for 60 mile per hour winds are there. We are now at 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. Sioux Falls radar here. Your storms, even where we're expecting your highest damaging wind, are starting to weaken. That's going to be a good sign. If this can continue and these storms out front pop up. So we're still watching the finals of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. And it's starting to become messy. You still have an area south of Trail City that could see a little bit of wind. But it is not as right now your highest damaging winds are going to be right in this area, right between Whitehorse, Trail City, and in Timber and Lake. I do expect this to be downgraded, however, to a base severe thunderstorm warning, which this is what our base severe thunderstorm warning graphic looks like at the top left of your screen. So we have that. We have those to kind of signify, hey, what type of warning we have. I actually took inspiration from Max Velocity on that. So this graphic right here, and actually this graphic, are inspired by a YouTuber, Nate Snyder. He hasn't been active in a while. He's actually the one that got me into this stuff, if that makes sense. I had been into weather, but I hadn't broadcasted yet. I started in 2021 when I had that squeak voice. New considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go to our Sioux Falls radar here. Don't know how to swim. You can expect research stuff coming from me in YouTube videos as well. And storm chasing stuff. We might make a separate channel for that, because you guys watch this channel for broadcasting, so, and that stuff. So we have this new considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So we're watching this severe thunderstorm warning. It is considerable for the potential of 70-mile-per-hour winds. Where we'd be seeing those winds are going to be right here on the northern edge from Huron. That's going to be where we're seeing that 70-mile-per-hour wind potential, and why these storm predictions. The National Weather Service does think that a considerable severe thunderstorm warning is warranted in this area. So our outflow boundary, wrong thing. So our outflow boundary extends down like this and extends in like that. So that's your outflow boundary from these storms. Alright, let's go take a look up here at our Aberdeen radar, where we do see the outflow boundary somewhere in this area here. We know this because of radar observations. So this is where we're watching that outflow boundary right now. I want to show the outflow boundary itself. The blue line is where it is currently. You'll see that storm to the south has rapidly deteriorated into a non-severe storm where we did have a 62 and a 76 mile per hour wind gust reported within these cells. You will see to the south towards Blunt a destructive severe thunderstorm warning was issued, and then another one near Highmore. So this is the radar view here from these cells. We have a new base severe thunderstorm warning in South Dakota. Which is going to be on this storm here near Parkston. Sorry about that, everyone. So this is your new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for sorry about that. I had a text message and I needed to look at it. 60 mile per hour winds and penny-sized tail. Your strongest winds are going to be right within this area here. So the reason we are considerably severe thunderstorm warned is right here, a 68 mile per hour wind gust as of 9 minutes ago. And that is why we are seeing your new considerable severe thunderstorm warning issuance here. If we have tornado potential, this would be the one that could, and again, I want to emphasize could try. And so we only have two considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. I want to go to our Montana, where we're starting to lose the storms here as well, but they are still going to be severe. And then our Glasgow radar. We're watching this pocket coming into Jordan as we speak. As I am saying these words, you're starting to see the effects in Jordan from this severe thunderstorm warning. Away from windows. You don't have to be in the interior room. This is, again, just a regular severe thunderstorm warning. Actually, even a trailer is fine. And this is our 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in Montana. Sorry, I went quiet. I'm doing some stuff off screen. And so this is a brief heavy rain shower. This is going to be moving at 43 knots, so about 50 miles per hour. Excuse me. So again, this is moving at 50 miles per hour. This is literally going to be a -15-minute rain shower, if that. Now in Jordan, it might be closer to 16, 17 minutes, but I thought that was really cool. Again, if we see any tornado potential, it's going to be with this cell down here. Again, I do think it's unlikely that we see tornadic potential with these storms. But we always have that potential. And then we're watching this last considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Your highest winds are going to be right within that area there. That's going to be your highest winds right now. We're going to do a little super zoom here. This will help you guys out a little bit better. That's more accurate as to where we're seeing your highest winds. 60, possibly 70 mile per hour wind possible. Alright, let's go to our Aberdeen radar here. Watching this considerable severe thunderstorm warning. I do believe this storm near Selby will be warned pretty shortly. Okay, for these storms, we're going to use this view. This is a very rare view that you guys won't see. I personally prefer pixelated. It just kind of tells me a little bit more information. But because of everything, we're going to use this. And it also looks cooler with the outflow boundary. I do expect this considerable severe thunderstorm warning 1 to be downgraded and possibly 2 to be dropped. I'm waiting on my application to Walmart to come in. That's why I keep looking down so often, is because I know it's going to be pretty soon. I do want to go back to Montana just for a short period here. These storms are dying off. I do expect these considerable severe thunderstorm warning to be dropped. Excuse me, everyone. Sorry, I'm yawning a lot. So we have a new SPC Day 1 outlook coming in shortly. I do expect this severe thunderstorm warning to be downgraded here shortly to a special weather statement, though. And the watching this shower in Jordan. Jordan. It started raining at 6, and it's currently 20. And it's almost done. Might see a little hail. Watching our Sioux Falls, we did have a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. Wind gust to about 70, scattered lawn furniture, brief heavy rain, time-sized hail accompanying the storm. It's going to be a trained storm spotter, so we're going to probably see this. I'm still doing some stuff off screen that's kind of taking my attention. I'm sorry about that, everyone. Non-thunderstorm ones. So again, with these cells here, I want to go back to our Aberdeen radar here. This is the current storm that we're looking at. This last considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which I do believe needs to go ahead and be downgraded to a regular severe thunderstorm warning. So this considerable severe thunderstorm warning should be downgraded here shortly. I for a second thought we had smoothing on this, which would be really cool. See, the storms have weakened significantly. They're again behind this outflow boundary caused by our southern considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which will be downgraded to a regular severe thunderstorm warning. Both considerable severe thunderstorm warnings do expire in about 5 minutes at 7:30 or 19:30. But with them being, with that, really both of them being behind this, you're going to start seeing them weaken a little bit because you're not seeing the moisture intake that a lot of these storms need. This isn't a regular QLCS line. Those just they can feed themselves, which is why they last a long time. That's why derechos last a really long time, because they can make their own environment essentially. And there is your continuation, and I did believe Selby was going to be severe warned. We're starting to see a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning, however, so we're not going to be able to drop our considerable tag. Which is going to be for the big timber thing, which just in last few scans has really gained traction here for an inch of hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. Alright, we have a new update coming from our considerable severe thunderstorm warning. They have canceled it. Coming down to our Sioux Falls radar, we do have a new regular severe thunderstorm warning. Let's get a few for Olivet, Schuster, Colony, Freeman, Minot, Milton, Milltown, and Bridgewater. This is going to be for a 1-inch hail and 60 mile per hour wind potential. Your highest winds are currently going to be in this area here, between Dimmock and in Parkston to north of Tripp. Again, Tripp, you are not under the severe thunderstorm warning. However, you are under a PDS severe thunderstorm watch, or a particularly dangerous situation severe thunderstorm watch, noted up here, which you will be reading in just a second. You are now reading the Storm Prediction Center has issued PDS Severe Thunderstorm Watch number 513 until 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time for portions of South and Eastern South Dakota. This is a particularly dangerous situation watch. Though your primary threats do include widespread damaging winds and scattered significant gusts to 100 mile per hour likely, which we have seen 80, so that verified, and isolated large hail events to 1.5 inches in diameter possible. And again, this is a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch. So we are seeing that new severe thunderstorm warning here. We're going to stay live till this gets through Sioux Falls. And I think we're going to break. And I got to get some stuff done around my house. And so we are now down to 7 severe thunderstorm warnings and 1 considerable. Coming to Montana here, where we do have that severe thunderstorm warning in Big Timber, because we had a 74 mile per hour wind gust by Springdale Department of Transportation. We did have a 62 mile per hour wind gust report in Jordan, which is actually pretty good. Let's kind of bring that up here. Jordan, you are done. It is out of your area. And this does go until 7 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, this severe thunderstorm warning. So about 30 minutes left on this warning. we only have one considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which I don't know if they keep it. It does go for 57 minutes. However, I do expect them to downgrade. Here shortly. I do think your hail threat's going to ramp up just a tad bit with this storm, but one of the main stories today has been this area here. Oh, we've already seen that. We have had a 65 mile per hour wind gust in Parkston about 10 minutes ago. Coming back to our Sioux Falls, where we do have this broken line of storms. This isn't a QLCS line. This is just multi-cell, or a cluster of storms, essentially. It's trying to QLCS, but I don't think it gets fully to that point where we can classify it as a QLCS storm. However, watching this here, this will be the first storm in a very long time that we haven't had at least a tornado warning going over 3 hours or more. And we're watching that northern portion die, which would put a end on its reign of terror from Pierre as it goes towards Sioux Falls. We might not stay live till Sioux Falls. If this can continue really just dying off. I do want to add our watches in here really quickly. Right now your watch can be canceled for these counties that I'm going to be drawing. I did include that just in case those storms try to go. You can remove that of the severe thunderstorm watch. We're starting to see the downbursts occur. We're starting to see the severe weather really die off as well. We are watching where we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning here, and it has weakened slightly. We haven't had a report from Big Timber, so we might be able to downgrade here shortly. Yeah. Coming back to our severe thunderstorm warning, where we did have a 67-mile-per-hour wind gust reported by the public. And this is going to be as of 2 minutes ago. Am I really just missing these or what? Wow. And that's what we're looking at. So we might get an upgrade. But your highest winds are going to just now be entering Selby. That's where your highest winds are currently. And that we're going to be just entering Selby, heading towards Bowdle. Weather nerds know the significance of that town. If you are behind this, you are done with your severe weather threat. I say this because you can't get the storms materialized down here. But I'm going to say this because you likely won't, but there could be a chance that some of those storms down there try to organize. I want to move back to Georgia just really quickly. There are no severe thunderstorm warnings. We do have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning, however. Not considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We do have one in Montana. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up here. Where the potential for 40 or 50 mile per hour winds could occur in this area. The likelihood is going to be in this area here. This is where your greatest winds are currently with this cell. We're watching this for the potential of 50, 55 mile per hour wind. Right now it is tagged for 40 though, but I do believe we could see a gust or two up to 50, 55. Also moving to Atlanta, Georgia, where we do have a special weather statement for that area. It's going to be for the southern side of Atlanta. Most of Atlanta, you're going to see a little bit of rain, a little bit of sprinkling. Nothing too crazy at this time. Your southern here, from Forest Park to Woolsey, to Fayetteville, Lovejoy, McDowell, Hampton, Union City, it's going to be for the potential of 40 mile per hour winds, not a lot of hail. Your biggest and strongest winds are going to be currently located in this area here. And again, up to 40 mile per hour winds. Alright, let's move back to Aberdeen, South Dakota. Moving to our Glasgow radar, where we're watching this area near Dodson and Malta. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued here in the last 10 minutes or so. Potential for 60 mile per hour winds does appear likely, and up to nickel-sized hail. This is going to be moving to the east at 35 mile per hour. We're going to go ahead and get a little storm track on the estimation time of arrival for a little bit of rain. Wagner in about 15 minutes. Malta, you're looking at about 30 minutes or so. This is, again, a little bit of a slower moving storm than what we've been seeing here in South Dakota. Your highest winds is going to be in this area. I don't think they're at the level of severe just at this time, but they have severe warning for the potential of 60 mile per hour winds. As these blow up, you can see a couple downbursts when the storm kind of tries to collapse. They can regenerate from that, and we could be seeing that here as well. But Um, and this is likely a little bit of straight line winds. Downburst, your winds spread out, and it's like a 3 mile, 4 mile radius at most. Sometimes 5. But that's really rare to be that long. Alright, going to our considerable severe thunderstorm warning, however. In Big Timber, we did have a 62 mile per hour wind report from Mesonet. So our Mesonet there in Big Timber has reported a 62 mile per hour wind gust as of 13 minutes ago. That wasn't as significant. So I do believe we see the downgrade of this considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which would be really, really good. Moving back over to our Aberdeen radar. Excuse me. Watching this area near Selby. Click the wrong button. Where your highest wind gusts right now are in Selby and to the south, currently heading towards Bowdle along US Highway 12, United States Highway 12. This is going to be heading to the northeast here at approximately 25 mile per hour. So that's going to be where your strongest winds are. Look at about close to 60, 62, 63. Battle in about 15 minutes. Java, it's coming up to you guys pretty closely here. This is going to be going over State Highway 47. About 25 minutes. And then going close to Battle in about 15. When you get into McPherson County, that's when it's going to be about 25-30 minutes. It is going to be raining ahead of that. That is where your greatest and strongest winds are. All right, moving down to our Sioux Falls radar here. As these storms approach Salem, Canova, Freeman, Olivet, Canistowa, Unityville, D. Smith, Oldham, and Ramona, Madison. We do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. D. Smith, Oldham, Arlington, Ramona, and Madison. You are not under severe thunderstorm warnings at this time. That can change at any given point. Your highest winds, I do think we're starting to see a little bit of higher gusts. We are unfortunately going to have to use black. Starting to see it come a little bit stronger here as we're getting closer to the radar. This is currently where your strongest winds are within this line of storms as it heads towards Sioux Falls. Sioux Falls in about 45 minutes or so. That's all I want to know. Try humor at the most. Like it in your throat. My way. Little more aim. It's a cold day when they dirty up your arm. You don't got no business talking in the first place. I'm freezing. I'm breathing. Okay, sorry about that, everyone. We're starting to see this clear out, and we still haven't had anything too crazy. I'm also going to check radar scope really quickly, and then I'm going to have to take a short restroom break. you go. That's that new severe thunderstorm warning. I do expect them, however, to drop this severe thunderstorm warning because it's starting to move out of that area. So this would bring us to a regular severe thunderstorm warning point as long as Sioux Falls doesn't upgrade, and I do think they possibly might get a considerable. About 10 minutes ago, we did have a personal weather station or a mesonet record a 66 mile per hour wind gust. Alright, I'm going to be about a minute to 2 minutes. We'll be back by 53. I'm going to go use the restroom and then get a phone charger. There's your considerable upgrade that I was just talking about, by the way. I will be right back. I'm sorry about that, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and refill my water bottle while we're here. We did have our upgrade to a severe thunderstorm warning considerable for Olivia and Freeman areas. Going to be heading towards southern Sioux Falls at this time. So we have seen that, and I did think they were going to do that. I do believe that as it comes to Salem, we're also going to see an upgrade. Looking at this area, we're starting to see higher wind gusts on radar. Close to 66.5. So I might go ahead and upgrade that. I want to go to Montana really quickly, where we're starting to pop off with severe thunderstorm warnings. One, two, three, four. 2, 3, 4, 5. Looking at our former Jordan radar, our Jordan storm, it is moving towards Circle as you have a severe thunderstorm warning in that area. I do believe we have a outflow boundary, or what we call a gust front, can also be associated to outflow boundary. Right. Oh, we're gonna go ahead and change the color to blue. I gotta find something intermediate. I do believe we have that gust front right there, which is gonna be a beautiful view if you're in Circle. If you're not on a mountain, that'd be pretty beautiful. Not in the valley of a mountain. Then coming up towards Dodson and Malta, I'm not 100% why we had this issue, but your highest winds are going to be in this area here between Dodson and, well, that's about it. This is again a rural area. We do have a update here, so let's go to our billings. We do have the downgrade to a regular severe thunderstorm warning. However, we have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in South Dakota for Hanson, Hutchinson, and McCook counties that are going to prevent us from being able to use our #1 wanted graphic severe thunderstorm warnings. Watching that area there, might get another upgrade for that right there, but for right now we are going back to our Aberdeen radar here. We're going to go ahead and bring out our black again. This is where your highest winds are right as of now. Right there, that's your highest winds. This is going to be pretty close to Aberdeen. I will probably say it'll go on the northern side, but we could see this try to straighten up and become severe as well. Going back to our Sioux Falls radar, which has been our primary focus, as this is kind of a population center. I'm going to turn the radar off just really briefly. This is a decently populated area. This is the real reason we're live at this point. So we're going to be watching the storm as it goes into Sioux Falls. About 2 years ago, I was talking about this area. Someone had said, well, it's not Sioux Falls, it's Sioux. No, it's Sioux. Comes from a Native American group. Actually, Sioux. So you have Sioux City and Sioux Falls. Pretty sure they were like enemies. Not city. It was not a city, but Sioux Falls. Definitely watching a little pocket between Salem and Friedman that really has my attention here, as it does head into Sioux Falls. That does have my attention. I'm not saying that we're going to see a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, but that does have my attention for the potential to be upgraded, and I think it will. But and on the northern severe thunderstorm warning here, I do think they just entirely cancel it. We're going to be focusing really on this point as it goes into Sioux Falls. I do think. Let me see. I'm going to check radar scope, because that gets things a lot faster, because it's again a storm chasing app. So we did have a severe thunderstorm warning extension. The new severe thunderstorm watch goes until 2 a.m. Central Daylight Time, which I'm not going to be covering personally. The new SPC Day 1, though, should be out here shortly. With how they're talking, they need to extend the SIG too. Sheesh. And that's really what we're waiting on to see. We'll let you guys know when the new SPC Day 1 comes out. I'm really intrigued in this area where we're seeing some 60s, 61, 64, 66 being 2,000 feet from the radar. It's good that we have the data. Alright, I do want to bring in our new severe thunderstorm watch while the SPC Day 1 outlook loads. I do believe with that, Montana gets a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Of course you do, Montana. Was it the one I thought it was? Yep. Red Point, you're now under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. They do continue the SIG 2 risk, which we're not going to stay live for. I've got stuff I do have to get done today. Which kind of live. They do continue it into Wyndham and those areas. This is where we're looking at. Alright, I do want to bring in that new severe thunderstorm watch. Pour it up more. I'm forever involved. So you guys hear me singing, that's just a side effect of good music. I feel so bad for y'all. So this is about as close as you can get without a PDS severe thunderstorm watch. Widespread gusts up to 85 mile per hour likely, and isolated hail up to ping pong ball size possible. There's going to be frequent lightning. Your tornado threat, again, really low. I do believe they've removed it entirely. Nope, it's still there. This is for probability of 10 or more severe wind reports at 80% and probability of one or more wind events greater than 65 knots or 75 mile per hour is going to be at 80%. 65 knots is 75 mile per hour. Mile per hour. Yeah. 75 or 74.8. Widespread damaging winds and isolated significant gusts 85 mile per hour likely, and large hail events up to an inch and a half in diameter likely. Possible. We're watching this, and these are dying off. We also have a new portion of this. Sorry. Considerably severe warned. Bowdle. With a 66 mile per hour wind gust in Bowdle 10 minutes ago. I was thinking this was going to go considerable severe warned here in Bowdle as it moves towards Long Lake and Inwich. And that's going to be in this corridor right here. I think I've been talking about the potential for an upgrade in this area for a little bit now. And they have upgraded it. With this storm. Okay, moving back, let's get to Montana here, where we do have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning and a beautiful gust front out ahead of it here. What sucks is I'm gonna have to find something like one of these colors that's not too bad. That works for this. And velocity. But I want velocity to look as recognizable to you guys as physically possible, especially if you guys use the radar scope app. And that's what I personally use. So again, new severe thunderstorm warning for Sioux Falls. We're going to go to that in just a second here. Oh. Yeah, that's just, radar contam. that's definitely not that strong. Hopefully that's going to be close to 80 if it's that strong. Alright, moving back here, we're going to go really quickly here to our Sioux Falls radar. Sioux Falls, you're now under a severe thunderstorm warning. This severe thunderstorm warning does go until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. We did have a 58 mile per hour wind report in Salem. I do think we're seeing close to 70 mile per hour in Canistoga. I do believe we are seeing some pretty high winds in that area right now. And I'm not sure where the trigger to the considerable will be issued, but I do think we see that get issued. Coming back up here to Battle, where we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning as well. Yeah, we're gonna have to switch to black again. This is your highest wind gust in right now. This is in Bowdle, heading up towards Hosmer and Roscoe. This little pocket here is going to make it up to Leola. Let's go and get a storm track on that. I'm still here. In about 45 minutes for Leola. If this can hold together, you could see a 70 mile per hour wind potential from this. So our 60 mile per hour wind gusts are observed in this. If you guys are up towards Frederick here, let's go and turn on reflectivity. If you guys are towards Ellendale, Hecla, Frederick, Columbia, north of Aberdeen, kind of beyond watch here, I do believe they extend that severe thunderstorm watch into this area. Let's go and pull that up really briefly. Realistically, if you guys are in this area that I'm highlighting, in blue, gotta be ready as this storm comes towards you. This could shift a little bit, so be ready for that. The storm is packing 66 mile per hour wind gusts. I do believe we are seeing close to 73, 74 mile per hour as well. Alright, moving back to our Montana, I want to go to our Glasgow radar. This is going to be moving into the Malta area here in about 5-6 minutes. Do have a little bit of a hail core. This is not a strong hail core. This is a very low end hail core. Our strongest winds are currently in Wagner at about 3, 4, possibly 5 miles west of Malta. This is the area we're watching close enough. We have this other severe thunderstorm warning for these decaying storms that went through Jordan. This is moving towards Weldon, Circle, and Brockway. I do believe they dropped the severe thunderstorm warning for these. Moving off to our Billings radar, where we do have this strong storm. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Columbus. This is going to be heading towards Malt, Park City, Laurel, and eventually possibly Billings. Your strongest winds are going to be in this area right here that I'm going to highlight. Right there. That is going to be your strongest winds. Curious to what this 70 mile per hour winds. Again, that is your strongest area. This is going to be heading into Columbus about 4 minutes or so. Moving back to South Dakota, I want to bring in our Sioux Falls radar. Radar at 1,000 feet is measuring 85, so we're probably seeing close to 70, 75 mile per hour winds at ground level. And that's going to be moving into Sioux Falls, doing a lot of damage. I wonder if the National Weather Service triggers a considerable severe thunderstorm warning or possibly even a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. I do believe we would have mesonets in this area, so I'm going to take a look at South Dakota mesonet. South Dakota mesonet. Yes, mesonet. Is our only severe thunderstorm warning associated with these storms? I do believe we have the potential for a tornado warning south of Humboldt, by the way. Humboldt. Not seeing anything coming from our mesonets right now, but this is an extreme pocket here. Okay, that's Salem. Humboldt. Monroe. We don't have anything from those unfortunately. This just concerns me in so many ways. So I'm definitely going to be curious as to what the National Weather Service does with this. We're really focused in this area. I do want to go up to our considerable severe thunderstorm warning here in the areas. Bowdle. Watching this area here from Hosmer to northeast of Bowdle. This is going to be moving to the northeast. Let's get and storm track this about 30 minutes approximately for Leola. Yeah, about 30 minutes for Leola. Here, and then let's switch over to Montana, where we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning there as well. We can clear our North Platte radar for the first time in forever. Watching this, I do expect an extension on our severe thunderstorm warning. Excuse me. We do have a beautiful outflow boundary right here. We're gust front. This is going to be moving into Columbus here. Very strong wind. 60, 65, possibly 70, 75 mile per hour in this area here that I have highlighted. That's going to be where your strongest wind is currently located. Sorry about that, everyone. We have a new Montana, and that's going to be your new severe thunderstorm warning right there. Sorry, I'm looking. Okay, after this, we're going to bring on our Sioux Falls radar, where we did have a 65. Wind gust estimated at 65, bent an 8-inch diameter young tree at a 45-degree angle. No damage. That's damage. No hail, but heavy rainfall. Okay, I'm gonna let that. So, and that's going to be moving into the Sioux Falls area, which we're going to have a really, really close view as of right now because of the population. Now, if we had tornado warnings, it'd be a little bit different. We'd probably side screen it, but alright, back to the weather, because that is horrific. So we're watching this line as it approaches Sioux Falls. Okay, I want to go to our Aberdeen radar here, where we did have a 64 mile per hour wind report near Hosmer. It's going to be where our current severe thunderstorm is that is doing damage. Now let's I want to go back to our Sioux Falls radar just for a second. Yeah, it's straight. That's. Hold on. I could probably do this in 3D. We're close enough to the radar. I want to bring that. Be right on it. I can't do it. I'm watching. Watching that area, but it's gone now, so we don't have to worry about it. Potential of a tornado is there, but it's just really low. Coming back to our Montana storm here. We're watching this area with 70 possible mile/hour wind gusts. So, we're watching this last remaining, I wouldn't say last remaining, area of potentially large hail. But, that's what I'm going to say. We did have a 60 mile/hour wind gust from the public while the storms were decaying from a downburst, so I still do think new severe thunderstorm warning from Dodson all the way to Saco. Malta, you're getting hit the worst right now. And I'm a little bit south of you as well. Moving back to our Aberdeen radar here, where we're seeing some of your stronger winds in Roscoe. I'm definitely going to be curious as to what Mesonet shows in that area. That's going to be a really big thing. So these are our main focuses. We do have I'm pretty sure, a tornado warning in Canada. Yes, we do actually, but it shouldn't be warned. Alright, moving back, I want to go here, looking at this. We did have a 61 mile/hour wind report. Our gusts are, I think, a little bit of radar contamination. especially on that northern as it heads towards Malt and Billings. I do think we have a little bit of radar contam there. But so moving back to Sioux Falls, we're starting to see some effects here, rain-wise, in Sioux Falls. I wish we had a tower. That would be so cool. Or a terminal radar. I call them towers, but they are actually called terminal radars, and they're really cool. This is your strongest winds right in here. 60, 65 mile per hour winds coming into Sioux Falls. And that's what we're watching really closely in this area. Right there, that's going to be your damaging wind threat. Oh, we haven't had anything on Mesonet that really concerns us, so there should be an airport in this area, right there. We're going to get some wind data from Sioux Falls itself. We're going to be watching that really closely, actually. I do believe you could see a tornado. I mean, it's a really low chance, but not zero. Just a heartbreak, mind the eraser. Not really you a faker. A lot of good songs on here. So we're watching this area really closely for the potential of 65, 70 mile per hour winds. Would you rather cover tornado outbreaks or windbags like this? That's a good question. I love covering tornado outbreaks. I really do. When it comes down to it, it just... I like not having to, like, high priority stuff. Like this is fine. This is actually really good. At the end of the day, I've covered so many tornado outbreaks. I don't get to cover these a lot. But tornado outbreaks are, I admit, a little bit funner to cover. But after a season like this, I prefer windbags or just wind events like this because there's less people getting impacted. There's a lot of factors. I hate that people get impacted, but maybe first we can save some lives with this. Fortunately, I don't. Unfortunately, I don't get to do this much longer, so. And that's the thing. But again, we do have this severe thunderstorm warning for Sioux Falls. Right now, this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This does go until 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. It is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and possibly up to penny-sized hail. I don't think you're going to see this. I don't think you get to do this much longer. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, like, oh, why don't you get to do this much longer? That's what you said. College, getting a job, focusing on that stuff so I can get a meteorological degree. We'll still do forecasts though, but for right now, that's just where we're at. Coming back to our Montana storm, we are seeing that weakening, thankfully. From this storm, which is actually really good news. That's sad, but good. Yeah. I love covering for you guys. But I have also kind of lost my spark almost. I still have it, but covering just tornado outbreak after tornado outbreak after tornado outbreak, watching people's lives, you know, just be relocated and some even lost, it takes an emotional toll. And hopefully I do get to storm chase a lot more though. So. But anyways, back to this. Well, guys are currently in the portion of the line. I'm going to be curious if we have Mesonet there. That's your outflow boundary right here. You seem like you know a lot. I've been doing this since I was 6. So yes, I mean, I do know a lot. I just don't have a degree yet. But I just don't have a degree yet. That's the only sad part. It's going to be beautiful as it comes through, but that'll should weaken this a little bit more, though, which is really good. You're like Ryan Hall, then? No, I don't even closely compare myself to Ryan Hall. We have a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning heading towards Frederick. This is where we've been tracking a little bit. We kind of lost it for a little bit. We did have a 70-mile-per-hour wind in Hosmer. Did we also have like a 60-something? Yeah, 64 and 70. Your greatest wind right now, let's change it to black. So let me change it to black here. This is your area of greatest wind. Lipswich, Ipswich, Watonka, Frederick, and Leola. You guys are in the path of this as it comes towards your area. Why you change color? So, if I use reflectivity, I can show this. Black doesn't look too good on stream, things like that, and on reflectivity. But this is a radar scope color, and you guys are used to it. However, when you're looking at velocity, sometimes you can have these higher end velocities, especially on windbag days, where it also kind of blends in, so you don't see that as often. So your storm chase. I do storm chase. I do, yeah. Do you? Oh, okay. Yes, I do storm chase quite frequently. My last chase was Father's Day 2026 of this year. I don't know why I added 2026. Alright, moving back, we have a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Give me a terrifying thought right there. So I've been saying this probably needed to be. And it is officially at that point of considerable text. So we're back up to 5 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. How to donate. I don't have any donations directly set up right now for so many reasons, unfortunately. YouTube doesn't let that happen until like 1,000 subs and some other stuff I have to do. So right now you just don't get to donate. If you want to donate to the Yellow Squad. I have high confidence that they do give it to people in need, and that's where most of our donations that we would go anyway. So. That's the cool thing about it. You gotta go. See you later. Alright, man. Talk to you later. Hopefully, Bob, I hope that's your name. Hopefully you have a good day. So we do have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning as it moves past Sioux Falls. Again, I don't think we're going to be able to stay live much longer. I've got so much stuff I personally have to do tonight. So we're going to stay live until this passes Sioux Falls, and then we're going to be out of here, unfortunately. Thankfully, we're not going to be ending on tornadoes, though. So. That's the good news. starting to see it kind of try to come back, but we're not. I don't think we will. I do think we try to see almost 75 mile per hour. And so that's what we're watching really closely. And this area is the potential for 70, 75, 80 mile per hour. We do have a 72 mile per hour wind gust reported from Sioux Falls. So, unfortunately, that's what we're seeing. I figured we would be seeing that. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning in Arizona. Let's go and take a look at that really quickly. This is going to be your highest winds in this area. This severe thunderstorm warning is going to be for 60 mile per hour winds and 1 inch of hail. I don't think we're seeing an inch of hail, or quite frankly, I don't. Heartbreaker, just another. Cupid, keep on knocking on my door. Oh. Sorry about that, everyone. All the things that you do. You should too. Like you do. And I told you from the start, I'm all yours. None of that's true, unfortunately. For me, it's a good song, though. Though this song is good, too. So I'm going to skip that song, because that's a love song, and I don't want a song. We're going to be watching the area from Sioux Falls onto about Worthington, Westbrook. I do believe we see our northern Montana storm, though. Not Montana, but this storm kind of start winding down. Sorry about that. There we go. That's going to be your outflow boundary, but it's going to be attached to the storm, so it is going to give it a little bit more room to wiggle around and strengthen. That's the biggest thing. So this is going to be your outflow boundary. That's going to be where your winds shift. So your winds, let me bring in our METARs. I think I'm addicted to this lifestyle, I swear. I swear, I hope you know my lifestyle, I swear. All the time, I can't. Just don't wait time. Sorry. So your winds here at the stations are kind of going this way, but when you get behind the outflow boundary, it switches. And these are unfortunately going to be stronger than your and those are going to be stronger than your forces pushing it the other way or to the west, so it pushes out to the east. So that's kind of the fundamental of this gust front, and that's kind of why it's kind of significant to us. It marks the wind shift. It marks where your winds start picking up. Sometimes they can be the strongest part of a storm, usually not. We're able to mess around a little bit when we're just severe warned. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and bring out our watches. Which, I'm sorry, these areas should be watched. The only areas that should be really watched is like this. And this. That's my honest opinion. Alright, we're going to go ahead and remove our METAR as well. I don't want to leave them up, but crowds the radar. A little bit too much for my liking. Your strongest winds are going to be on the southern side of this, going to Watonka and Westport. Oh. And that's going to be really good news. Alright, let's go back to Montana here. Where we only have one considerable severe thunderstorm warning in the entire state of Montana. I don't know if I've even showed you guys the new SPC Day 1, so we're going to go ahead and pull that up really quickly. Alright, so this is our new Day 1 outlook here. Add some cities in here. Currently, we're right here. We're right here. So this area, you could have a severe storm, but it is now unlikely. This is going to be moving to the southeast. Southeast, excuse me. With that, they do have the potential to produce some damaging wind, where we currently have a SIG 2, which indicates 85 plus mile per hour wind, and a derecho or bow echo possible. Again, 85 is unofficial. I do use that to kind of equate things. When you're seeing something like this, you're probably seeing that, and you're likely going to see that. So I do kind of equate that. In this area, again, the back side of it, you're fine. You're not going to have to worry about that. But this does go into southwestern, southwestern Minnesota and northwestern Iowa, with a SIG 1 extending all the way down to Des Moines, Iowa, which is in a 5%. I do want to bring your tornado risk just a really low. You're probably not going to see a tornado warning at all tonight. There's that low chance. And then again, hail, 5% in the brown, extending all the way down to Peoria, La Crosse, and even as far north as Minneapolis. But the main area, after we exit this is going to be towards Des Moines, if the storms can survive. That's going to be your question here. Red is 30, so that's going to be your highest threat for severe thunderstorm wind reports. Alright, going back here, this is our only considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Montana, where we do have 4 active severe thunderstorm warnings in the entire state, with 4 your sirens are going to be sounding in Sioux Falls. Your phones are starting to alert you. What's going on? You do have a report of 81 mile per hour wind. So this is going to be setting off your sirens, doing all that. So if you're just waking up, I know some of you guys may be sleeping, and your sirens are going off, your weather radio's bugging you, your phone's going off, and you're like, hey, this ain't a tornado warning, what's going on? Treat this as a tornado. A report of 81 mile per hour winds were reported by your personal weather station in T, South Dakota. And we also had another 77 from another personal weather station north of Worthington, or 4 miles west-southwest of Harrisburg. What is it with radar contamination today? And penny-sized tail as well. Usually I say 90 mile per hour treat as a tornado. I'm going to say treat this as a tornado. You don't have to go underground unless you're in a mobile home. If you're in a mobile home, evacuate the mobile home. That is the worst place to be in a 80 mile per hour wind. I personally, this was maybe a year or so ago, I was tracking a storm and it had 80 mile per hour winds. The highest was recorded was 83. Flipped a trailer, just rolled it onto its roof. That's kind of why I say treat it as a tornado. You're going to see outer walls have significant damage. Trees are going to fall. You're going to want to be away from windows. You don't have to go in your basement or storm cellar, but your highest wind is going to currently be in this area here. So all the way to Worthington, you are under this destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So sirens are sounding, things like that. Ashton, Sibley, George, Ellisworth, Adrian, Rock Rapids, Dune, Rock Valley, Hudson, Laverne, Canton. You are now under this. Eastern Sioux Falls, Eastern Harrisburg. You're also under a 92 mile per hour wind gust in T, South Dakota. That's not good. Okay, storm relative velocity. What about if I set storm motion? No? Okay, radar is highly contaminated right now. But your highest wind, we just, again, as of 8 minutes ago, we did have a report of 92 mile per hour winds. This is an extremely dangerous situation. Again, the warning does not state that at this current second, but take the factors. I don't think that's accurate. Do I have anything I can compare it to? No. I don't think that's accurate. So, sorry about this, everyone. I'm posting to social media right now. So that's going to be your highest wind speeds, where we did, again, have a 92 mile per hour wind report. Treat this as a tornado. I think I'm gonna go 92 mile per hour wind gust reported in South Dakota. Destructive severe thunderstorm remains in effect until and this severe thunderstorm warning, which is destructive, does remain in effect until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. PM CDT. And unfortunately, that's a sad part of this, is where we're seeing 90 mile per hour winds. So that's what we're looking at right now. And this is why this destructive severe thunderstorm warning is for Worthington right now. So we, again, had a 92 mile per hour wind report with this cell. I think I'm going to edit the title of this video. Wait, we're in Iowa. Where's my Iowa traffic camera? I know I have Iowa. Okay, fine. Iowa. Ooh, hold up. Missouri. Iowa traffic cams. I know we have weather-wise to use to our advantage. I'm gonna try to find out. Destructive storm in destructive storm in Iowa and IA SDMN. Now we're gonna try to bring in our traffic cameras. Unfortunately, it is only pictures. That's unfortunate. Sorry, we had to update our title there. We do have a 65 as well, so we're seeing multiple wind reports here in Sioux Falls. Alright, let me go to Twitter here. So we have range from 77 to 91, 65 mile per hour wind gusts. So 65 to 91 mile per hour wind gusts are reported. And that's what we're looking at here is this new report of 81 in Harrisburg. So we're seeing consistent reports here. Again, I don't believe either of these are accurate velocity wise. So I'm doing my own thoughts. Throw a party on that. Sorry, I'm stretching. Give me 1 second, guys. Trying to read the bottom of our screens here. Arizona. Yeah, multiple New Mexico's flash flood warnings as well, just to bring in references. And that's your new flash flood warning for those areas. Alright, I do want to briefly bring us over to Aberdeen radar. We're starting to see a pocket right here still going north of Mena. Aberdeen, you are now in a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So we do want to bring in the possibility. Aberdeen, you do have the potential for 70, 75. I wouldn't put it past 80 mile per hour potential in that area. So we're going to be watching that closely as well. Coming back to Sioux Falls, where we do have this destructive severe thunderstorm warning on the eastern side of Sioux Falls. Sirens are sounding Ellisworth, Rock Rapids, Adrian, Sibley, Ashton, Rock Valley. This is again a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. I want to do some testing just for a second. think we're gonna switch. Oh yeah, that looks good. Sorry about that, everyone. A little darker. There we go. Sorry about that, everyone. I was doing a little testing because we're thinking about switching this so it's easier for you guys to see it. And we have this new area for Sioux Center, Orange City, Hallardon, Lamars, Akron, Spink, and Bresford. But you guys are now under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. But we still, again, have a damaging wind threat with the highest wind currently in this area here, where we're seeing anywhere from 65 to 80 mile per hour winds. Excuse me. Alright, so I'm gonna go take a... Never mind. This needs all full attention. Two different things. I do think we are seeing some stronger winds in Rock Rapids, but it's not going to be like we have been seeing. Again, we did have this 81 mile per hour wind gust 1 mile west of Harrisburg on a personal weather station. And so that's why we have this destructive severe thunderstorm warning. I'm surprised they didn't ever put the EDS on this. We're also going to customize this to have an EDS tag. Sorry about that, everyone. We do have a localized mesoscale discussion. A corridor of significant gusts, 75 to 80 mile to 90 mile per hour is possible the next hour or so. I'm going to bring that up really, really briefly. Typically, we won't do this, but today I do feel like this needs to be shown. Ooh, I forgot I even had this. Hold up. I didn't even know we had that. Good. Let me bring in... Alright, here we go. I forgot I had that at my disposal. Wow, okay. Alright, so this is where we're talking about right now. I want to bring in the close view here. 75 to 90 mile per hour winds are likely. You can see that here. If we have a tornado, it's going to be a very low threat. I'm going to bring in the discussion right now. Rocket fuel. Alright. A corridor of significant wind gusts 75 to 90 mile per hour is possible in the next hour or so from extreme southwest Minnesota and far northwest Iowa. Thunderstorm cluster moving through southeast South Dakota has strengthened and considerably over the past half hour with a notable increase in forward speed from around 35 knots to 45 knots and numerous severe gusts across the Sioux Falls area. Sioux Falls has been measuring severe gusts for the past 30 minutes. A few personal weather stations have measured 70 to 90 mile per hour. Environmental conditions downstream are favorable for maintenance of this bow echo as it moves through the region of extreme buoyancy and this copious low-level moisture. Expectation is for the corridor of significant wind gusts 75 to 90 mile per hour over the next hour or so from extreme southwest Minnesota and northwest Iowa. So that's what they're talking about here. So that's what's being said about that. I also forgot we had that graphic. So that's what's currently going on with this destructive storm. We also have another 62 mile per hour wind gust that just popped up from a personal weather station. And that was just issued really recently. We can also possibly see this here. The brown circle going towards Spirit Lake. That is our area we're looking at for that potential. I don't have to worry about a gray area with y'all because I know I have you guys covered in all aspects in this area, so. Where will it go? Excuse me. Whew. So this is what we're looking at, a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with multiple 80 to 91 mile per hour wind reports. 92, excuse me. We don't have any videos in this area. That would be awesome. This is what we're looking at here. And we're watching this destructive, and I'm phrasing that destructive. Because thankfully we haven't seen any strong wind gusts. So Now we're watching this corridor here of 80 mile per hour. Watching, I do think it's kind of weakened just a tad bit. Again, your strongest winds are going to extend in this area here. So this is where your strongest winds are currently at. And this is the area that's really got this destructive severe thunderstorm warning. In play. Now, we did have, again, a 92 mile per hour wind gust. This does remain in effect for the next 8 minutes. Just so you guys are aware, it does go for the next 8 minutes, 9 minutes. In a portion of this area. So we're still watching this area in Montana. So I want to go take us to Montana real quick. While we do have this destructive severe thunderstorm warning, I do want to bring in Aberdeen here, where we did have a 70 mile per hour wind gust reported to its north. Wow, I just heard myself a lot, and I don't like that. I'm listening to music. I'm going to turn it up a little bit. There we go. I'm not hearing myself as much. I still hear myself a little bit, but not as much as normal. So we're watching this area in Aberdeen right now for 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Your northern side completely died off, and it is becoming your southern side. That outflow boundary is starting to get to it. That's your issue. Going to Montana, however, and Billings, and a 71 mile per hour wind gust in Lewistown, but we can't exactly see that. Also, vroom. Then going to this severe thunderstorm warning that does include Billings. I'm sorry, we haven't been paying much attention. Your strongest winds are this area here. That's going to be where your strongest winds are. They are going to be pushing to the east, heading towards Hardin. If this can maintain strength, Hardin, you're in the path, but it has been kind of dying off as of recent. Going to our Glasgow radar here. We did have an 80 mile per hour wind gust report. Our strongest winds are going to be right here in that circle. I hope you guys can see that. Going to be in that circle as it does head towards Glasgow. And then down here, I do believe they let that warning go. Moving to Arizona, where we do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. we're watching this area, Summit. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning again. A small little severe thunderstorm warning on the south side of Tucson as the storm's moving northwest. Really west-northwest, but when we say west-northwest, it's heading more westerly, but it does have a slight northwestern angle, or is expected to turn here shortly. It's got a more westerly angle in this case, but you are still seeing it moving towards Driesell Springs and Tucson Estates, neither of which are currently under this severe thunderstorm warning. And then this other severe thunderstorm warning for Benson heading northwest, west-northwest towards Planto. If this continues, it'll go towards Tucson and Tenque Verde. Your next one, moving more westerly towards Elgin and Sonoyta. Your strongest winds, we're going to go ahead and combine them right there. Alright, I do want to go ahead and bring in back up to our Sioux Falls radar. Where it does look like we're going to get replaced from our considerable severe thunderstorm warning, from our destructive to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which is going to be good news. Wow, I'm talking really fast. Which will be really good to see that kind of die off. PDS severe thunderstorm watch, in my opinion, just verified. And I'm waiting for Twitter's reaction to this. I saw someone like, why'd y'all continue that? Because copious amounts of cake. I do want to go and bring in our Aberdeen radar just really briefly. We did have a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust at the Aberdeen Hospital. Not the hospital. Regional Airport. Regional, and I immediately thought hospital. I am sorry about that. That is a failure on my behalf. This is going to be the first 5-hour stream, and I think our history, without a tornado warning. First 5+ hour in Kelly Rose weather history without a tornado warning, which is mind-boggling. Because what? You know, it's rare to do this. So that's really cool. Alright, back to our destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That does expire in 2 minutes and a half. So 1.5 minutes technically. We do have another report of 63 mile per hour. Did that seriously just show up? Or was it the 65? I'm not happy either way. I'm going to find out though. Eventually. Sorry about that, everyone. So continuing with the severe thunderstorm warning, they are going to go ahead and destruct drop the destructive severe thunderstorm warning and replace it with a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which is really good. And Kelly Rose weather history. Yes, so let me switch graphics very quickly. Back to our main graphic. Yay! It's really good. So I have been streaming since 2021 personally. And in my history of streaming, I have never had a stream go more than 5 hours without a tornado warning. Let me rephrase that. A stream that lasted longer than 5 hours without a single tornado warning in the stream. Hurricanes, we can manage 5-6 hours without a tornado warning during that stream. But at some point, we probably had a tornado warning. So that's what that means. So, cool. So, we're starting to weaken on this line, which is really good. We're going to hopefully let it weaken. I do believe we see the drop of a considerable severe thunderstorm warning back here near Aberdeen. I do expect them to drop that. And let's go and take a look at that really quickly here, because we did have a 59. So they are going to continue this. I just noticed this. I'm sorry. I just noticed this. Langford, Eden, Roslyn, Webster, you are now under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70 mile per hour winds until 10:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Why the title changed? Well, it's getting changed back. But when we have storms like that, I will change the title every now and then. And so you'll see it's changed back now, but that's why I changed title, to tell people stuff like that. So again, 59 mile per hour wind gusts. We are considering a Bath. If you are in Bath, South Dakota, you are currently receiving a bath outside. You're better than Ryan Hall. No, I'm not. I will have a meteorological degree at some point, but no, I am not better than Ryan Hall. Please don't say that. I'm not better than any of them. We have the same mission. We have the same goal. He has better ways to give that information to you because he has more tools at his disposal. So please don't say that. And it's same with Max Velocity. But we're all on the same side fighting the same battles. And I don't see them as competition. I see them as, like, not really colleagues, but colleagues, in a sense. Get you on my time. So moving back to Sioux Falls. Actually, if you want to get technical, I have taken inspiration from some of them. Max Velocity and even Nate Snyder, which has like 50,000 subs. The first one I ever watched was Nate Snyder. Then I started learning about Ryan Hall. And then Nate Snyder kind of stopped streaming. Of course. So we do also have this. Now this was 34 minutes ago. I just want to bring this up again. 70 mile per hour. I'm sorry, I keep saying 75. So if you guys are wondering, right here we have a warning counter. So it goes from flash flood warning to flash flood warning considerable, FFWC. FFWC, right here. I was looking at our severe warning count, saying, okay, we have 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. I accidentally said that. I've also been with the 65s, things like that, so I'm sorry about that. And that's also another reason I'm not better. They are starting to weaken, however, which is really good. Hopefully this trend can continue here with this cluster of... I can't really call it a bow echo, but... a lot of stuff coming from that warning. No way. Our face. No, alright. So, Rock Rapids again. You guys are starting to lose the steam on this storm. I do believe that, hey, they should. This could still tighten back up, but it's starting to wind back down again. There's just copious amounts of low-level moisture and extreme values of CAPE. So it can still continue. So, do I miss peak season? Storm chasing wise, yes. I always miss storm chasing. If I'm not storm chasing, I kind of miss it. I miss the Enid tornado. I hate to admit this. So, I was in a school play. I don't regret that. A time of my life. But I missed the Enid tornado because I was in a school play. I told one of my friends at that play, I said, I'm going to miss one of the best tornadoes of the year. Because it's in Oklahoma. It's a very beautiful dry line storm. So I actually missed probably tornado of the year. And maybe our only EF4 tornado of the year. For school play. And one of my friends got major house damage. Like, they no longer have a house. It's not funny, but... thankfully, we're starting to see our winds kind of dying off. Your greatest winds are going to be in this area here, realistically. And do I miss peak coverage, peak season coverage? No, not really. That's when it's like stream after stream after stream after stream. This year has been one of the most hectic years imaginable for me. Doing school plays, one, actually two, including what we call improv. So, that rant cool you were, I'm gonna say really, that really cool you were on a play. It was a pretty cool play. I actually, my crush, I shouldn't be admitting this on YouTube, but, we're out of high school, so it doesn't matter. My crush and I had to go back to back in a singing part. I can't sing. So, technically it's not a singing part, we're rehearsing a play for the play. So we're rehearsing a rehearsal, if that makes sense. So when we were like doing our rehearsals, it's rehearsing a rehearsal. The play is the rehearsal. It's a really cool play. But that I mean, that's just. And so, I think it was while I was singing, not singing, I missed the Enid tornado. I look at my phone, tornado emergency for like Enid. That didn't feel good, like knowing, oh, I was gonna go chase that, but instead I was in a school play. Because I had the money, I had everything I needed for that chase. 2 days later, I'd get one of my best intercepts. Missing the Roth tornado, but I would intercept 70-mile-per-hour winds and probably about 2.5-inch hail. Okay, so with this storm here, we are still seeing that strong winds really on the eastern side of this storm. Oh, I'm sorry about that. But that's going to be where your strongest winds are. 65-mile-per-hour wind. I'm not really confident in 70-mile-per-hour wind with this storm, which is really good news. We also have a Utah severe thunderstorm warning. Fernie, you guys are also in this thing as well. Alright, moving back to Montana, have you ever seen a tornado? Personally, yes. It was not fully condensed. It would be the IXL storm from March 6th. I pulled off right before the Beggs tornado because I was just getting cut off constantly. It was becoming nighttime. And we had possibly another line coming through after that. But yeah, I saw the IXL. They call it the Castle Tornado, but it's really IXL. Or Mason Tornado. We actually... I got in-school suspension for fighting. Kind of fighting. But I remember that clearly. Because while we're in there, you can't really look at weather. I was watching the weather the whole time. Like every 5 minutes, surface analysis. And I was in art, so I had an actual reason to like have my coloring pencils out. So I was just doing surface analysis with my with my colored pencils, and I shouldn't have been. And so I left there. I had the play practice. I told the teacher I wasn't gonna be there. We can't attend in-school suspension stuff because it's after school. But new severe thunderstorm warning for Fort Peck and Nasha. This does go until 9:45, and it is for 9:45 Mountain Daylight Time, and this is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. So I told our director, teacher, or whatever that I wasn't going to be there. I said I'll try to make it, but I don't think I will. So I go home to get my camera, and I start debating what storm I want. I believe about 5 minutes later, the storm I was going towards was tornado warned. By the time I got to it, I was on U.S. Highway 75 in Oklahoma, just south of Okmulgee, Oklahoma, and it was dying. It was a really beautiful time lapse. My mother was actually in that tornado warning. Right before the warning, I said, hey, go ahead and go take your shelter. I'm pretty sure that you're going to have a tornado warning here in like any second now. So go ahead and go take your tornado precautions. Beep, beep, beep. So I have a CB radio. Wait, did I have it on at that time? No, I had a little radio, which is why the picture ain't too good, because you can see the radio antenna sticking up. And so I go back. I start noting a cell to my southwest. I jump on that near Okima as it's getting tornado warned. Whew. I follow that, and that produces the IXL and Biggs tornado. We had a 61 mile per hour wind gust down here. We also have a new 70 personal weather station, and that was relayed late. I think that's really good that we're not seeing anything from this. So I think it is dying off. But anyways, that was really fun. That's a cool first tornado. Thank you. I mean, I got close to a tornado on April 25th, but I didn't quite see it, unfortunately. And that's sad. I do expect them to downgrade all of these severe thunderstorm warnings, hopefully to regular, especially the one up north near Aberdeen. Which, let's take a look at that. Then I'm going to have to get some more water. So what's sad is that I have no ice in this, so it's a little bit warmer than I'd like, which is fine. But this one I do expect to be downgraded to 60 mile per hour. Our one that just exited Sioux Falls and is now in extreme southern Iowa. I do expect going to that one really quickly. I do expect this one to stay considerable for now. But I do expect the next warning to drop it down. A gallon jug, huh? Crazy. Yeah, it definitely is. That's what you get. I also have Dr. Pepper. I'm trying to only drink one because I was doing some outside work, so I have a little dehydration. But I'm just gonna play this radar loop. It stoutened up, produced, and died, which that's really good. Oh, excuse me. Hopefully this dying can continue and we stop seeing these wind reports, but until then we're going to definitely be seeing our considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, both of which end in 11 minutes. So at the top of the hour. At 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Langford, you just had that go over you, by the way, the gust front, and that's going to bring you a little bit of wind shift here. I like how you pay attention to chat. Since I don't have a lot of viewers, it's so much easier to pay attention to you guys in chat and communicate with you guys, be able to talk to you guys, and get to know my fans. These are the fans that, I'm never going to forget. I actually have, like, my first couple fans that have regularly came back in a notebook, so I don't ever forget them. Because, you know, when I get famous, those are people that were first here. And I hope I don't ever become famous. I really don't. I don't want to become famous. Actually, I want to get into the research side of this instead of the broadcasting side of this. So we do have that new severe thunderstorm warning for Storm Lake, Cherokee, Kingsley, Hinton, North Sioux City, Orange Lake, Primaker, Lamars, and Akron. So you guys are now in this new considerable severe thunderstorm warning that does go and remain in effect until 10:30 Central Daylight Time. I do think with the northern side, it'll be dropped, which will be really, really good news. That would be really good. Where do I get my graphics? So, all of these graphics are made by me. This one, the severe thunderstorm warning considerable over there. The live severe weather coverage with Kelly Rose. The red lines that you see over here and down there. And then Overwarn is what I use for my severe thunderstorm warning and warning alerts. I'm hoping to be able to code at some point or pay someone to code something like that at some point because I don't. Which would be really good for streams. Excuse me. But everything else is personally made by me. And then, of course, radar coming from GR2 Analyst. $250. I got it in 8th grade. 7th grade, excuse me. I wasn't doing the best in school because I wasn't trying. I actually didn't try for my first 2.5, even up to 3 years of high school. But so my parents said, if you get all A's and B's, we'll get you this. Or a PS5. I chose this over a PS5, by the way. And I don't regret that decision. I don't like... I mean, I haven't played my PS4. I haven't really played any video games in so long. Since school ended. And because school ended, we had computer class. If we couldn't fly the drone, which became most days because of wind, we would play video games. Murder Mystery 2, some of those games on Roblox. I really quit playing Roblox kind of after everything happened, but I would play it at school only. Anyways, that's beside the point. I decided on this, and that was my best investment. This has led me to researching things, being able to look back at past radars. So, Sibley, you guys are getting a little bit of rain. How you get through high school? There you go. They drop it to a regular severe thunderstorm warning. I didn't expect them to issue a new severe thunderstorm warning. Just putting enough effort not to fail. If I liked the class, I'd actually put a lot of effort into it, but if I didn't, I just didn't care. And that led me to not being able to get an OU. That the time I wanted. That's okay. I'm going to go get a criminal justice degree because I'm going to be reserve law enforcement and that'll help me. And then I'm going to go get my meteorological degree. Bachelor's, then I'm going to try to go get a master's. And then at some point I want to get a PhD, but that's going to be so difficult. So I'm probably going to take like a few years off or whatever after I get my master's. And I might even take my master's online. Then I have to have a master thesis, which I'm pretty sure I have something in mind if no one else does it. That's going to be like the issue. Alright, going back up to our Aberdeen radar, this is really where we're focusing because there's one Montana severe thunderstorm warning, and then, well, the rest is here. Masters would get you respect. Kind of, I mean, I don't call myself a meteorologist because I'm not. I'm a weather person. Or a weather enthusiast, weather cover, whatever. I'm not a meteorologist, I'm a weather person. And until I have the degree in hand, I don't consider anyone a meteorologist. For that matter, I don't consider anyone without a degree a meteorologist. I find it disrespectful to those that did work their way through the degrees. But again, I want to be in the research side of things. I want to learn why tornadoes do tornado things, why your best environment just absolutely does nothing. But your worst environment I have ever seen in my life drops a pretty good sized tornado. That's what I'm wanting to research. And then QLCS tornadoes, bring down the false alarm rate on tornado warnings. Someone I know, Cameron Nixon, he's doing hail, like hail. Because both of us agree that we have a massive, massive hail, what do you call it? False alarm rate in hail. We have a massive one. So we want to cut that down as well. Hope you do what you want. Thank you, that means a lot. We did have a 66 mile per hour wind gust up here, which did trigger a considerable severe thunderstorm warning heading towards Cater, Britain, Hecla. That's that new severe thunderstorm warning. Then we had a 62 on this severe thunderstorm warning here, which we'll go ahead and bring out, probably drop the considerable severe thunderstorm warning there. Oh, okay. Why was that not published until just now? We did have an 82 mile per hour wind gust. Okay, cool. Got it. If that was relayed a little bit earlier, that'd have been good. I'm actually gonna look at radar scope for that. We're about to have to go take a restroom break really quickly. I'm so sorry about this, everyone. We just also had that 58 mile per hour wind thing. we can cancel the entirety of the PDS, by the way. The PDS Severe Thunderstorm Watch, which would be really good. Anyways, it expires in an hour. So, PDS Severe Thunderstorm Watch can be canceled. And that's what this, as it moved through. We're again starting to see it weaken. And with this weakening, I think we're going to end pretty soon. I think we're going to go ahead and get like 6 hours something. Sorry, as I'm stretching. So that's going to be your highest winds right now in that area. Again, I do think we can downgrade all of our considerables to regular severe thunderstorm warnings at this time. I figure we can. AMC picked up the Never Stop Chasing. Theaters. That's a movie coming out by Reed Timmer that I'm gonna go watch. If I can. If I get the day off or something, I would try. If I have my job by then. So, I think we're going to wind down severe weather coverage today. Give it about 15, 20 minutes, and I think we're going to do that. Which is really cool. It'll be the first ever 6-hour stream, too. So we're going to set some standards up in here. I do want to cover these wind threats a little bit more, especially now that, you know, I'm going to have a job. Until the National Guard picks me up. I gotta lose a few pounds, but a lot of pounds. Like, I'm a little fat. But that's fine, you know. I want to lose the pounds so I can be the best firefighter, best law enforcement officer I can be. And while I'm at it, National Guard seems like a good option. 100% tuition paid. And I feel like I need to do something to serve this country. I feel like I owe it to our former soldiers. These storms are starting to weaken, so I don't think we're going to go 6 hours. I got some stuff I got to do. A lot of stuff, actually. With considerations and everything like that, we are going to go ahead and end the stream here. I want to say thank you guys for tuning in, first of all. Thank you guys for trusting me. Thank you, Bobby, for, or Bob, excuse me, Bob, for coming in and joining and talking and chatting. That means a lot to me, personally. That means a lot to me. Thank you guys for trusting me with your weather information. It has been an honor to be able to help you guys through some of the worst. Hopefully this stream, gave you the life-saving information you guys needed. If you're just a weather nerd, I do the same thing. I personally enjoy it. Anyways, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for trusting me with your weather information. Today is July 25th. It is 10:05. We have been live for 5 hours, 47 minutes. Long time. I personally enjoyed it. This is what I prefer to cover right now. Anyways. Thank you guys for tuning in. Peace out. Dun, dun, dun. When I'm off dead, better off alone. In my mind, in my head, where that belong. Peace out.